whatever. It. We'll do it live.
Yep.
All right, folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Biker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey, Hasan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
and of course,
good.
we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Of course. Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Like gotcha.
Go ahead. Start. No, okay, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine. Did you not? I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
That was happening. I can't
really
remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this."
No,
and by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
Not in that. I mean,
really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop? I don't know.
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
asking.
recall
I
saying
don't care
this,
if
but I don't know why this is a major
you
point
did
of
say
contention.
it.
All right, so you asked that question.
No.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you
it's
think
not
it
my
was?
definition? I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've
good.
addressed him
All right,
thoroughly.
just-
Do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the
iDubbbz's
video.
content cop.
Correct. That's
About
correct.
the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean,
Yes.
I think it was more so about. Like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Right. Well, 90% of the
quite
clips
frankly,
were
harassing
from
a
the
bunch of
episode
pro-Palestinian
entitled
content
CPS
creators.
Came to My House, Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to call CPS.
No. That's
I think it's completely
obvious.
inappropriate
I'm
to call
saying your
CPS
friend
on a
Hasan you
content
made
creator
a
you
video
don't like.
with
I don't know why
did a
you're- I
total
don't think
hit
I have
job.
any
All
hand
right, go
in
ahead.
this.
Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like, dude,
Go ahead.
Listen to
Go
me.
ahead.
Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this. When
Hasan,
we
I don't
were-
care. Let's
when we
just
had a
go
podcast.
on.
No,
You-
what do
I
you
don't-
mean?
I-
You brought this up.
I don't-
You brought it up. Hold on. Let me say my
I know
piece.
what you're saying. We've all
You brought it
been
up.
harassed.
Let me
The internet is
let me say
tough.
my
Whatever,
piece.
yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting
You know who else
conversation.
also
Go
told me
ahead.
that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on and let me
Wow, I have-
try to
wow,
explain
God
my
forbid.
position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before
been a while.
before we, stopped doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I
because
know
am
you're
victim
against
to the same exact
CPS.
things
That's
that
not
happen to
even
you in this
interesting.
regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that
Okay,
sort
ask
of
me a
thing
question.
and don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know
Very
why
good.
you
Ask me a
think
question.
that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me. I didn't
Okay,
make
sure.
any
Ask me a
editorial-
question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's
trying-
content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty...
Sure,
Pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a
sure it would have
question.
been- I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it. I don't.
It would have
I don't
been
know
all
why
right?
This is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking
I
about.
know
Go ahead,
that
ask me a
you're-
question.
But you having problems with my character is
Hasan,
is
ask me a
so
question,
far
I'm gonna move
removed
on to
from
the
you
next topic
asking me
here.
about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great, awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian
Sure.
advocates
Well,
that you feel
I
like
don't know
you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
I never
do I
said
do
that.
I think
And
my
don't that's the
coverage?
case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply
No,
that
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have talked
Hassan, I'm
about,
answering your
every time
question.
you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to
personal
let me answer?
vendettas that you have experienced from pro.
I was going to explain
that.
that. Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so
Yeah.
I'm going to answer it.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this.
Mm-hmm.
This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course
already.
you're conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think? Do you?
Yeah.
Do you think that
so
I- do you think
anyway,
that I
my
actually
point
think
is,
it's
Hassan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why? What is the? So I mean, why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice
Ethan,
made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless,
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even, was I?
Do
in
you
the, I don't
think?
I
Do you
was in
think
the
it's
photo.
reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan?
Answer the
I was
question.
not-
Is it
No, I don't
reasonable
think
to
it's-
perceive
I don't
that?
think it was a deliberate decision that
Okay, well-
IDubbbz made,
well-
but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
You have
that
10
I had
swords,
the
don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Wait,
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
you think I'm dog
Let me make a
whistling
point
with the-
here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority
This is true.
groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video. You participated in a video
Wait, okay,
accusing
wait,
a
wait,
Jewish.
hold on, hold on.
Let me
No,
finish
I'm
my
gonna let you
point,
finish that.
Hassan.
I'm gonna let you
No,
ask that
no.
question.
Stop.
Can I just say?
You are
can I-
making
can
a
I just
video
ask you
accusing a
again?
Jewish
You
man
think-
of
you think I
exaggerating
you think I used
anti-Semitism
a-
while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem?
Wait,
Or at
Ethan,
least, am I
couldn't hear
insane
anything
for
you
thinking
said.
this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep
I don't
breath.
need you to
I didn't
console
even
me.
hear your question. I need you to
Well,
answer
you should try
something.
listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately
Yes.
was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's
Yes.
Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So you, oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much
Yeah,
they
the
weigh?
other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me
I'm
paint
waving
a
that
scenario.
shit around.
Let me paint, Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even, you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane, yes.
So yeah, microaggressions
because you're
just don't
asking
exist
me-
for Jewish
you're
people.
asking me why IDubbbz made
It's your
this
sword,
decision,
bro. I don't
and
believe that
I'm
you
not
weren't there.
IDubbbz, and I
You were
don't
there, bro.
know
It's in your
how-
house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me why IDubbbz
Because
chose
it's
that.
your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's
was
most
just a
likely because I
cosmic
had
chance.
previously
Okay.
had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the
I'm
photo
not
up?
even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I
Am
know it's in
even
your
the-
room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan.
I'm sorry,
not
Hasan.
iDubbbz.
Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you
Yeah,
think that iDubbbz
I
should
don't
have
think
removed?
it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not. It's
Okay,
what
so you're
you
telling
are
a Jewish man
perceiving.
who's complaining about a
And
very
also,
odd
can I
coincidence
just-
that I'm
It's a
crazy
sword
and
with
I'm
a Magi on it,
exaggerating.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen.
Oh,
to
you
me.
got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for
No, that's
exaggerating
not what I'm
anti-Semitism.
saying. I didn't
You
do
got
that.
me. Yes, you
Ethan,
did. You
Ethan,
literally
I
did.
didn't do that.
Okay,
But
laugh
again,
about
it's
it. Go
not
on.
a swastika, and I don't even
Then
think
why
you
should you leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a
So-
Jewish man, you moron.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
killed
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I
Do the Nazis
draw
only kill Jews,
swastika
Ethan?
one time
do you
on
think that, Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times
Why
since
did,
Elon
why did I
Musk
do a
it?
Zig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because
a question we
because
are
you
all
only watch
wondering.
clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by
Thank
the
you
way,
for
as a Jewish
clarifying.
man,
My
are you
bad.
going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack. You
And who
understand
are
that,
you
right?
to say that
that's
to
the
me?
point
You
of
pose with
contention
the
here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe
Do you
you.
think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol
but
and
it's
the
not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu
What you
symbol
drew on
and the
PewDiePie,
Nazi
on the other hand, was a
swastika.
swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I
it's
depicted a
cool.
swastika,
No,
a tasteless joke
I'm
on
just making sure. Okay, so
on
you can-
iDubbbz's shirt 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact
No,
that you can't
I
even
jokingly
concede that
referred
looks
to it
bad.
as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If I
so let me-
genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika
Wait,
sign?
so you know it? So you know
fuck
it's not a
no,
swastika,
they
but
know
you
that
keep
looks
calling
like
it
a swastika.
sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
no.
interesting. So anyway, it was a
Wait,
cosmic
do you think
fluke.
that
You
only-
brandished
do you
what
think
I.
that only
what-
Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're
So-
discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on the
he lifted
decision
up.
making of a person.
If it was a mistake, he could
who
have
I am not,
deleted
I'm not
it.
him. I don't
Go
know.
ahead, ask
Again,
me.
I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing this a lot.
You don't need to. Go
I
ahead.
am not iDubbbz.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on in his
I'm
mind.
not accusing you of being iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because
No,
you're
because
not
I already
iDubbbz.
made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on
Yes.
it's like a blatant. Go ahead, ask me the
Yes.
next question.
Yes, I don't
you
have a
think the
problem
so- if
telling
you could go back-
you're being crazy right
if-
now. You being
if-
Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really
I
shows where
genuinely-
you're at
I
on this.
don't
Go ahead and
care.
ask me a question.
Okay. since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians, that's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate,
Killing
and time
civilians.
and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I
good.
totally
So then
agree
we
with
don't
you on that.
disagree.
Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra's tier list.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my
Go ahead.
audio,
It's fine. Take your
my
time.
audio
to get
keeps
the audio
going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
Like no. I want the audience to see this, Hasan. Hassan, I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan. Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement with
him.
So
it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah. I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on after this
video
as well.
Can play, please.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the chair react.
To the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea,
my goat.
One person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're
also
laughing at
routinely
Norm.
talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
I'm telling you that
it's
I
not
can
even
have
my
a
opinion,
disagreement with him on that. And you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When
He
have I
doesn't
opposed
say
it?
It is exterminationist.
When
He
have I
says
opposed
that's
it?
what people think. If you think
When have I
if you
opposed
think
it?
that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way,
He
shape,
literally
or
is
form
in
on
agreement
any
with me.
issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually,
You said
even
it was
more.
Anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan,
I
do you
want
remember
to
me
ask Norm
advocating against it?
Finkelstein- I
Do
want
you
to
remember
ask
me
Norm
advocating against it?
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation you said
No,
it
it didn't happen.
You said
You're
it was
lying.
anti-Semitic.
I said
that
it's
you-
perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra
Norm
tier
does not
list.
believe
Now,
it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
very good. I'll ask him about it. Now,
Are
let me
you
ask you
actually
about
going to
the.
do that? Because that would be wonderful. I think that would
Yes,
be
I'm
incredibly
gonna talk to
productive.
Norm. We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's
Okay,
my
go
turn.
ahead.
You
know
spoke,
what?
and now
You
it's
know
my
what?
turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know.
you
The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hassan, is it my turn to ask a question or
there's
what?
a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think that
I can care
your
about two things, my
incredibly
friend.
narrow framework surrounding
Very
your own
easy.
personal feelings?
I'm not that
that have-
smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
you think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did
than
I say that? I
actually-
said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that the genocide
Hassan,
is a more urgent issue.
Hassan, please,
but
let
you
me
spent
ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary
Yes, very
surrounding this
good.
issue on talking
Very
about
good.
your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you
Wait,
claimed
can you
on.
answer that question? Does
No,
that make
Hassan, you
sense?
asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but does that make
I
sense?
said
to
you're
you?
so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What
Does
happened?
that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make
All right,
sense?
let me ask you a
to
question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With
And
pleasure.
yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very good.
identical to
Let
the
me ask you
cracker
a
band that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail
Yes, that's what I said.
for what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan? I'm gonna walk
Whoa,
you through
answer the
this
question.
again.
What, you're
I'm
dodging?
not iDubbbz, and I'm not
Oh,
Frogan.
but you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I
don't.
do.
Like, this is so,
I think it's
this
great
is-
you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's
fucking-
Jewish?
What? Because it's
Because it's
he's
the most
Jewish?
most prominent Jewish
Do you
creators on
think
YouTube.
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty
No,
bad.
because it's so stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell
look
me then.
Kind of dumb right
So
now.
why
you
is
look
Ben
kind
there?
of insane. That's
Okay,
why
very
I'm
good. Why
having
is
a
Ben
hard
there?
time. Like, I don't know why Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he is a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences, eh, Hassan? They're really stacking up.
the tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned. His name
Very
is
good,
Rafi.
and I'm
You
glad he
called him
did.
a
He
token
definitely deserved
Jew.
it.
You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just, yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra Hummus.
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Lowest, the Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben
and the
Shapiro.
highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben Shapiro.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
Oh, so
I'm not criticizing. By the way, I'm not criticizing. You think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that, who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS, national BDS list.
Are you sure?
Yes,
we'll double
I'm 100%
check.
Sure.
Okay, we'll double check that.
You,
It's not about Sabra Hummus, and like, let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes,
and
it was.
ever since it has
You're
been on
lying.
that official BDS list, I
You're
have
lying.
not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love
You
Diet
said
Coke.
you know what's funny? You
Because
told
I
her.
think it's like not.
You
that
remember what you told her,
significant.
son? You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra Hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not
Wait,
be
what is it
silly
about?
about this. It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the
terrible.
connotations of Sabra hummus, right?
It's so doo-doo.
Nobody.
It is
yeah,
doo-doo
I don't
hummus.
like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't
great.
like is
So
anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
Go ahead.
I
Next
don't-
question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know.
and I don't know why.
I know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there
can
is
say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish
Ben
and
Shapiro and
non-Jewish,
me are in the
on
F
the
tier.
Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but
right?
I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point. But you know, it's a.
Are you
it's a
not embarrassed
joke.
by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note,
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably
Yeah.
the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex
Cool,
hat
dude.
from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so. Oh wow, who knew? So anyway,
Wait,
Ben
I'm so-
Shapiro was
wait, what?
accidentally in the
What does
F
this have
tier.
to do with anything? What's going on, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I know it's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car
there's
crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man?
so
in
this
the
is a
A
cosmic
tier
mistake.
on
Let's
the,
move
on
on.
the tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
no, I don't. I really
Well,
don't.
that's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents
Of course.
that even
The Jewish
come across
man
as
is
remotely
crazy. He
anti-Semitic,
sees
and you're having a
anti-Semitism
really hard
everywhere.
time. Well,
There's-
you want my
these are
answer,
just
you want my
cosmic
perspective, I'm telling you.
mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
Yes,
open
I know. We
out
can't
and
talk about anything else. That's
anti-Semitism,
very convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well,
And
they're
you
not wearing
want
a
to
shirt that
make
says
them-
"I hate
it
Jews,"
seems
but they're
to me-
walking around
it seems to me like
swastikas
you-
and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom.
It
I mean, that's as
seems to
close as
me
you can pretty
like
much get
you-
without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you
And I
want
think you're
them
acting
to
really
be
silly and obtuse
anti-Semitic.
right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating
Yes.
anti-Semitism
I
and
am
won't
doing
even
that.
concede that this looks bad.
No,
okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not
Very
saying
good.
anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in
Very brave of
popularity
you to
in
say.
American
Very brave.
politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying
really
to
don't.
find anything you can hold on to.
It's
But
really
once
not a
again,
stretch, man.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why
Let's
we
stop with the value judgment thing. Like, you can't
away
make a
from-
decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound
Let me
stupid
ask-
as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I
and
want my
don't know.
best friend
I can't
Idubs to
tell
be
you what their-
anti-Semitic?
What their process
why,
was.
why would
But
I
don't
want
think
my
it's
best
an
friend
issue.
Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I be honest?
being
Do you
anti-Semitic?
want me to tell you why? I don't
I
think
would
you're gonna
love
like the
to hear.
answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel. And
This
that if
is,
they are
what
actually
an
out and about
analysis.
anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the
Yes.
argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Vaughn podcast appearance.
Sure
My
did.
Theo Vaughn podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Vaughn didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Vaughn and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull
I'm
that
sure you
clip
didn't see
up,
that.
Hasan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Vaughn, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
Wow,
so
bow,
do you
bang.
think- Do you think
Hit him with that
Ethan-
anti-Semitism,
no,
boy.
Ethan, as your former
think he was-
podcast
he was on a
co-host,
vibe.
as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are you
point.
as anti? Well, let
Can
me
you- okay,
finish.
then let's
Oh,
move
let me
on from
finish. You
Frogan,
asked me two
and let's
questions.
address
No.
what you think
You
I'm
asked
doing that's
me.
anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? after talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay. Or yesterday.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always.
Can you
everything?
Can you
and by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that this
let's
is
not worry
a
about
sign
that.
of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say in the clip.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from
story.
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On your
the small head
Ethan,
guy.
I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't
Small
watch
head
your
guy,
stream that
Beetlejuice.
much. I don't. I only see like
In the
bits and
waiting room,
pieces of it.
bro. That's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah. So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said
Wait, what is
something,
this?
and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate.
Wait, why are you showing me this?
Senator?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I
This
know,
looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
It sure
I'm
does,
sorry.
buddy.
Okay. So yeah, this was if you want,
And
you
it's
can
not
also
just
pull
'cause
up
of the video.
post as well. But the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator. And I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's
You
why.
think I'm just
and
as
you guys
bad
were
as
hitting that
Candace
same
Owens
flavor
on anti-Semitism in my
Yes.
own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right,
Very
cool.
good. Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Officially, not talk about like Frogan or anyone else, and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic. Because
Well,
yesterday,
we're kind
2
of
days ago,
getting
you said
there.
I wasn't. But But also
I already-
for a year,
You're repeating yourself.
well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have
2 days ago,
literally
you said I
answered it
wasn't
probably
anti-Semitic.
2 times.
For
The
a
reason that I'm
year-
saying you're
for a
anti-Semitic is
year-
because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid
No,
anti-Semite. You
never did.
You did. You went back
Did
and
not.
forth on it.
I have
Even
actually
Dan
went
checked
back
you
and
on it.
checked. I
Even-
had said that you've spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went
so
back
I was
and
just
checked.
simply
You're lying.
spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay,
Tier
can I ask you a
list,
question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you my turn. Do you
right, your
think it's
turn.
appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't. I
Here,
don't think
for
it's
example, is
appropriate. But
someone
if you're
using it
talking
to
about me saying
anti-Semitically.
that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got
Hassan, let me
got
finish.
people-
You're
got people
getting
deplatformed,
ahead of
and
yourself,
yes,
buddy.
I do think that that's a
You're getting
valid
ahead of
thing
yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for sure.
phone. Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the f is this guy? My fan?
Yeah,
This
you
wait,
remember.
Is this the guy?
wait,
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
you
wait.
remember.
No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the F slur.
I mean, there's a
on-
clip
on
of
the
being
timeline.
like,
He's not a
yo,
fan.
I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not? The point is,
Hold on. You brought
No,
this dude up.
it doesn't matter.
And I believe
I'm
this is not
showing
the
him
first
as
time
an
you brought this
example
dude up.
of you.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay,
You brought
fine.
him
He's
up.
not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up.
Listen,
Wait, what do you mean you don't care? Now
if
you
I
don't
brought
care.
him up, Hassan, if I
He
brought
is-
him up,
that
let me
person is
finish
not
my
a fan of
point.
mine. Why did
Save
you?
it.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of
Hassan,
mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You
No,
asked
get
me.
there right
It's my
now.
turn to ask a question.
Why do you
Just
think
because I
this
brought him
random
up
fucking guy
doesn't
is
give
a
you
fan
the
of mine,
space to
Ethan? Is it
interject.
because he rolled up to me and tried
Let
to
me
fucking
finish.
clout farm? Is that why? At
Yes.
the encampments
Okay,
where I
thank
was
you very
very
much.
clearly disturbed by his presence? Is that
Hassan,
why?
I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Ethan, can you
Yep,
answer
let me-
the question? Why
let
did
me
you
f-
falsely claim that this random
Because
dude
he's
who
on
does
video
not
saying
like
he
me
loves you, that you're his
is a
favorite
fan of
person in the
mine?
world. What do you
Didn't
mean?
Wait.
All right,
didn't
Hassan,
you
here you
use
go,
him
buddy.
approaching you?
Here we go. You
Didn't
wanted
use
it,
him
I've got it.
approaching you.
Hassan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sweaty, bro.
love you.
I'm so
I
sweaty.
love you.
I
Do you
love
feel
you,
like this is
bro.
an environment
You're the
comfort
GOAT.
for me?
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm. Is this another? Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because we spent
Wow,
a good
dude,
deal
I
of
love you. You're the
encampment.
GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the
that.
encampment running away from him because he kept trying
Well,
to ask
listen.
me dumbass questions. for
Okay,
his
but that's
own
got nothing to do with he's a
dumbass-
fan.
For his
Listen,
own dumbass
Hassan,
podcast.
please, you're
I-
derailing this, and I need
I'm
to
not derailing
make
it.
an.
It's not
You
called derailing.
absolutely
When
are.
I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation. You
very
are
good.
nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need
He
to
was
play
just
the
trying to
clip
clout
again?
chase.
I'll play it again. You know.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll add
I love you,
subtitles.
Hassan. Can I
Can
give
you
you a
play
hug,
the
bro?
Can you
so
play the
sweaty,
clip
bro.
where
I love
he
you, bro.
openly
I
admits he
love
doesn't
you,
know who
bro.
I am and
I have
asks
to interview
people
you. You're like
around?
my-
Because
you're my
that
hero,
also
bro.
happened in
I
the
You're my
encampment.
hero, bro. I love
You're
you.
the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
Ethan. Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
okay?
think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's
Oh.
crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck it.
producer and my
I'll
camera
play it
op,
again.
Marge. My producer and my camera op, Marge,
Can I give you a hug,
was
bro?
I'm so sweaty,
there.
bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so
And he's in
sorry.
the
I love
chat
you,
right
bro.
now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the
Ethan.
coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying
You
that.
are delusional.
Okay,
You
very
are.
good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him, and he's
I know
not a
you
fan
don't.
of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking clout
I'll play it
chased-
again. I mean, I feel like
because he
we're
was
running in
clout
circles,
chasing
but
in a
I'll play the
fucking
clip
Palestinian
again.
encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could ask for an interview
He
for his
literally
podcast,
recognized
for his POA
you.
podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
Wait,
So
now
let me
you
move
don't
on.
care.
Do you want to
It
talk
seems
about this
like-
for 2 hours, or do you
it
want to
seems
actually
like
have a
this is
conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who
I'll play it
stalked
again.
you is a fan of mine. You said
Dan, I heard
he
you-
was
I heard
a
you-
fan of mine in, I believe, in your in
Okay,
one
I
of
lied.
your videos.
Yeah,
you
I
said he was
lied
a
about
fan
him
of
being a
mine, and I was
fan.
sending harassment your way.
I concede. Yes.
Don't you think
very
that's a
good.
big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big contention?
Concede. I concede. I want to show you an example
do you
of.
see my side of this though? Because
I
like
think-
a
no,
random,
you're
a
being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me, wants
random
to clout
Hasan
chase,
fan comes up to
and
you.
wants to clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel
That's
like
not
that's
what I implied.
appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
That
you
is an
didn't-
outright,
you did not imply
horrific,
that this person that was a
bad
fan
faith
of
lie.
mine was
Yes, I
actually
did.
harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's insane. And by the way,
Did
I
he
mean,
not harass
you
you?
are a liar. You know that,
Did he
right?
not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about?
he not
you
harass
send
you?
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video
Okay, who
that he was a
cares,
fan of
bro?
mine, leading
ahead,
the
when you're done.
audience
Go-
to
go,
believe,
I'll
leading
wait.
the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By
you
the way,
can
this was
probably
this
play
was a
its
while ago. He
timestamp.
turned on you when he saw that you supports trans rights. I know. He spoke
No,
ill of you.
no. Even before he actually
Bro, who
meets me.
cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him
I'm
up
just-
here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm
you used
showing
him in
it.
the past to act like I was sending hate your
Bro,
way.
you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey
play
together.
This clip, though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the first
I'll play it, I'll play it,
introduction
I'll
of
play
this
it.
character
Yeah,
onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about?
No,
You're not even
wait.
present.
What?
You're out playing with swastika
Yes.
swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip.
played it.
Yes. Yeah. He's showing the
It's
clip.
really. It's
That
okay.
is that is
Can I-
the
bro,
first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fan, and then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
Fine,
fan.
bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
let me
I
ask
do
you a
care
question.
because
Okay,
I
very
do
good.
care because you have made an inference that is
Oh my God, dude.
erroneous.
You are
have made an
dragging your
inference
feet on
that
this
is-
topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
You've made
Can
an
we
inference
please move
that
on?
is ridiculous.
This clip
and
you sent
also
didn't prove me
false.
wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's
Yeah,
not
I
a
think-
fan
no,
of
no,
yours.
no, I think that
He's-
guy. I
yeah.
mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as
I don't think you're in the
anti-Semitic.
ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionist a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked
took
with the
credit over
ADL.
it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Real? Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me
concerns.
briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I am famously.
Oh, okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my
American
mouth when I say you work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL to take
you know
action.
how
Well,
silly
actually, you know what?
you
I am
look.
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action. You are
Well,
a prominent.
that's
a
defamatory claim that has
creator.
zero proof.
You are
and frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked
I have not
with
spoken
the
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with
That
your
is not
YouTube
working with the
videos
ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed?
I got nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
wasn't a
story
racist
independent
panel,
of me.
Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
On numerous
Acting like
instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you worked
Okay, well,
directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't
a
think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them.
You took ownership over it. What are you talking about?
You are a virulent liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan, have
do,
I
do you
ever
work with them?
Credit?
Are you affiliated with them?
Are you
partnered? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be.
I was on the
valid
tier
in
list, bro.
saying that comparison.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list.
Especially
Why wouldn't I
considering
respond?
Ethan.
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me.
Listen to
Are
my
you
words, please?
dumb?
Listen to my words.
I'm
Okay?
trying, but it's just
My
lies
words.
and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe.
Good.
Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association
It
is.
looks
But
like
on
a
the other
okay,
hand,
bro.
I can't
Stupid.
say that you have worked alongside the ADL.
That's not what you said.
In getting streamers
You said I'm
banned.
partnered with.
That's
Partnered
anti-Semitic.
with.
You took
You are
credit for
lying.
it, my
You are
man.
rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the
Ethan,
ADL.
I can't take
Do
accountability
you
for your
think-
hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable
What
person
do you
would
think the
infer
average
when
person
you
would
take
conclude
credit for
from
the
saying
bans?
I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
you are
Klein,
literally
make
gaslighting me.
numerous
It's
videos
so obvious
demanding
what
the
you
bans
meant.
of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from
I was
that?
on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very
No,
convenient.
because they're
and
not
also,
credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable.
I'm so glad this is on record.
In the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So
Yeah,
you think
I'm
that?
glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working
I think a
directly with
reasonable
them?
person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever
didn't even
mentioned the
make that
ADL?
inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for
Did I
the
ever
ban.
mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer
It
the
doesn't
question.
matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I
Actually,
did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I
but
fucking did
didn't
that
even
shit.
know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently
frankly,
banned.
If you have the thing, it was even. Did
Yeah,
I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, I did that
Okay.
shit. I'll take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying,
Well, they attacked
which
me.
one do you think? What do you think the average person would
Oh,
think
you
in
sound
this
so
situation
silly, bro.
when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
I was being silly. I don't
stupid,
care.
not
Listen.
anti-Semitic thing at
Listen.
all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do
Oh,
I
you were
know?
being
Do I know who?
silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on then.
Well,
Now
do
you're
I
being
think I
silly.
got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know.
Yeah,
I
you
think
got, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because you
There's a
cried
reason
about
they
it,
call
and
him
then the ADL
token, my
actually
friend.
reacted
You
because they
spend
saw it
time
as a
being a
great
token, you're gonna
opportunity.
get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, f them, right?
You want to
Silly.
cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review.
Oh.
I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to dox
Okay.
them.
Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah, do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes,
Okay,
I am.
Very good. I
And
don't believe
they've
you.
treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because
surprisingly
they're
enough.
not
We
on
can
the
have a more
receiving end of
normal
an insane
conversation.
fucking
I can have a more
harassment
normal
campaign.
conversation with
Why would
them
they? Why
than
wouldn't
you,
they?
seemingly.
All right, so you
They
think
would most
that's-
likely laugh
just
at
to
all of
recap,
this.
just
if
just to
they're watching.
recap here, but so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you
that
don't,
has
but
nothing
you're
to do with
acting
me.
up.
I'm not.
Part
in
of
support
your
of that.
shtick, Hasan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in a corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel?
This is quick. It's very quick.
You see as a genocide.
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
You're doing the thing that I'm so critical of you on. Okay.
Partnering with like the ADL. And
you said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I'm quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
it's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask the accused how serious their crime is. Brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case? No, I don't. Well, fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not.
Then why are you bringing up stupid
because
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I partnered with the ADL. Remember what you said. You have
talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have talked about how you gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
People harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not
but you
that.
Wanted me to be
Hold the phone. Let me finish.
Anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
What's not the case? What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong in terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing people,
attacking people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an
and
advocate for
claiming that
Palestine
they
does not
are-
absolve you of criticism.
claiming
Stop with
that
the
they
silliness.
are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point I'm trying to
Well,
make
I mean, that's
here
kind of up
is
to other
that
people to
your
decide at this
criticisms
point.
are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative
By
reality.
the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and you have it's subtle enough
Ethan, people
that you have
being mean to
plausible
you is not
deniability, so
anti-Semitism.
that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You're an anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane, maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistle.
Because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog whistle.
Literally think that people
Can we get a whistle
criticizing you
soundbite
or
every
not
time he calls me
liking you
paranoid or
is
hallucinating?
anti-Semitism. That's not
You
the
got a
case.
whistle?
I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
Well, I know.
didn't,
I definitely
develop
don't like you.
anti-Semitism After doing a
let me
podcast with you for 2
stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you
I know.
well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not it.
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that
I don't
all you
even
got?
need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? What?
No,
the guy that I
had to-
talked about obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking. Not
Oh, you're
only is
very
there a video
welcome.
footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hasanabi when making arguments about
gives a
my
fuck?
virulent anti-Semitism from
gives a
a
fuck? I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
that came from a Destiny fan account.
So
But
that's your
also-
proof that
but
I work
none
with
of that is
Destiny.
relevant. What's relevant
Okay.
is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that
feature him in my
ridiculous of an
context?
assertion to make, especially when
what it
considering
was.
the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment
How the
operations
fuck
that they
would I know?
engage in.
So
yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never
No, I
spoken
think you're
to,
doing
worked
enough
with,
to discredit
talked about
yourself all on
Destiny in
your
my
own. I don't
life.
need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
Okay.
I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
No,
and
that's not-
there
that's
was a
not the
guy
only
in your
reason. Did I bring
Discord
that
that's
up?
also in his Discord. I think you're
didn't say any of those
hallucinating.
things.
You sound unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't say that.
Hassan, are you crashing out?
I
Do
gave
you have
you
friends who are
reason.
aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast co-host.
I said
that
he
you
discovered the
correspond
IP
with.
ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think
It is.
someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah, you brought that up.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming
Ethan?
that you don't
Is
have
this what
direct
you do whenever you're
correspondence
trying to
with Dan
avoid
Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hassan?
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned
You
with him and uses his
say-
community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own
I
community.
don't really
for
fucking care because that's
literally
not Destiny,
unearthing
is it?
sex crimes that he did.
Man,
Do you feel
you
like
are
that's
really
a good person
hallucinating.
to align with? That you
I'm
now
not
openly
endorsing
admit?
him. I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to
No,
him.
yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information
Have
from
you
him
ever
to
spoken to
use.
somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing
Certainly.
here?
That is, yes.
well,
I
there
speak
you
to people
go.
I
Oh my
don't
God,
endorse. I'm
dude.
speaking to one right
Dude,
now.
you talk to Dan Saltman. You're outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now. You
I
also
said I've
brought
spoken
forward,
with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my
don't think I
points
need to
without ever
delegitimize you
having
by
to address
associating
them.
you with
And isn't
Destiny.
that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think
Hasan.
I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And
Yeah,
also
because you lied about me for 2 years working with him.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing. to
Year and a
admit,
half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty
What
much
have we disagreed on?
the December of
What have we disagreed
2024.
on? I'm
What?
sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
What we are
What do we
disagreeing
disagree on?
on is what you choose to focus on and
that
what
seem
you
significant?
think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you
It's
can
a little
critique.
frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip
Absolutely not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though,
Uncontested.
months later, you still chose to use
Her
that
name is
clip that
Hila, by the way,
14
Hasan.
seconds
I
long
don't
out
know
of
why you
context.
referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is.
Okay,
You've written her
Hila.
emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, yeah, that's
So why
fine.
don't you say that?
Okay.
Why, who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no, she's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes,
Why
absolutely.
is
With
it-
with
why
great
is it
pleasure, I will
that-
respond.
Why is it that you
Because,
initially
Hasan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Hila stopped you and said,
Very good.
no, no,
He
no.
said it. I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October
In the
7th.
totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom, do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going, but
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you
I'll
think
be
that's the
honest with
most
you. I
accurate
was
way
going
to
to be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And you're
Ethan,
still...
I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How genuine of you to take off the baby gloves, you liar.
I mean, this is the baby
You are
gloves.
a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other
that's
people.
a little silly considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay.
Anyway.
While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Well, okay.
The violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
I'm gonna grab another soda, but I'm hearing you.
There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not gonna let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr.
listening.
Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that a?
There is one instance.
Did you put a
in
Hamas
captivity
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my reaction.
Oh, you're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
No, I'm not giggling. I'm cringing.
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that?
What?
Call people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific
I'm
acts
not
of
exactly
sexual violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
Oh, okay,
but
so
I don't
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
And girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
And took.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
But I got the point. You're saying that you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone
women
is.
and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
It doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out. That was
the one that you misrepresent continually.
I did not
you
misrepresent
fucking
the UN
continually lie
preliminary
about the
report.
conclusion.
Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN preliminary report?
Go ahead. You tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are
you know,
literally
let's be real.
women who have
do you
said,
feel
I
like
was
the Israeli
raped.
government lies?
Do
a
you?
lot?
I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel. Though.
I agree.
You said,
But Israel
there's
certainly
women
lies a
that
lot,
come out
right?
and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity. It is not
as far as you understand, because
systematized
you don't
mass
give a
rape
fuck about
directed by Hamas.
the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude, because you don't give a fuck about the truth.
Wait,
you just want to do propaganda.
Ethan,
remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Well, you know.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull
What's
it up right now.
What's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims of sexual assault.
I remember you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hassan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative of Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real quick.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So no, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial
That's why I said
evidence
Pixar didn't happen, bro.
You
need rape kits.
Credible
Hassan needs rape
circumstantial
kits.
evidence is not enough to
Pixar didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter.
This is
believe all women, hey?
This is,
hey, are we
again,
believing all women unless they're Israeli?
Can...
Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zakah, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zakah is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that
Here.
obviously
I'll
you don't
send you
rape
the
someone and
PBS
then keep them
article
alive,
on-
right? So
on-
if someone were murdered, and a lot of the
I'm
forensic
sending Dan
evidence.
the PBS article about how to debunk the counts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account, it's two accounts, but the rest of
There's way more than two accounts.
Can you?
What am I? What? Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped. Therefore, all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen.
Ethan,
I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says.
What do you mean, you guys?
Sound
Who
credible.
is you guys?
You and all of your dumbass cohorts that do the same typical, like, rhetorical tools to just say whatever the you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence.
I sent the debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're
the
all
admission
dead.
is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence,
They're
which is
all
particularly
dead.
notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me
They're
this
all
link.
dead, bro.
What?
Do you think, what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about,
Ethan,
do
where
you
are
think
the
that
victims?
they raped people and then didn't
You
kill
said
them?
that there are victims. Can you give me the names
yes.
of the victims?
Yes,
I will.
yes.
First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape.
You are.
If they're
Israeli.
If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? You're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the
you
fuck
told
does that
me
have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape riots that took place.
A crime that Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had
a
January 6th
there's something
style,
that I...
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid, right-wing,
Do you think I'm defending this?
Went
I'm not
to the
defending this.
prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera, on CCTV
Are you done
footage,
grandstanding? Here's a victim
that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here.
Is
she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean, kind of?
I knew exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do anything.
Wait, pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
Ethan, I don't disagree
Hassan,
with
don't
this.
silence her. Let her fucking talk.
Wasn't even allowed.
No, because you're acting like this never happened.
You're
that it's exaggerated.
mentioning
That everybody's lying.
in the
That
video that you
Israelis are just
played.
inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything
Ethan,
bad that's ever
you
happened. Listen to her.
Ethan,
Cry,
you
or to be
know.
sad.
Listen to her words.
Ethan,
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act
listen
nice
to my
the person who
words.
had just
Listen to this
assaulted me
victim. Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross the way you're
Not a day
doing
goes
this.
by that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible
It
man did
is.
to
You're
me. You were held in
definitely
such
a
Show
monster,
respect, bro.
brother. That is
No
gross.
person should ever be
Dan,
subjected
pull the
to
fucking
such
plug
brutal
on this.
and
Holy shit.
treatment. Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a f about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in captivity.
First
in the hands
male
of a
rape
Hamas
survivor of
militant.
Hamas on
I
October
literally
7th.
said in the video,
A man who was
that
stripped
you
naked and
showed
raped by
from your
Hamas on October
context
7th,
nuke, in the
as
video
revealed
that
for the
you
first
showed
time, how he
from
was
your
spat on and
context nuke.
humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite, the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's
Okay,
hold on.
listen to me. Listen to my words very
They touched my
carefully.
private
because
parts, they raped
You're
you.
not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
Oh, you are
as
so
a fucking
pathetic.
prop. A victim that I also acknowledged, okay?
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged
new
it
footage,
because you
a gun-
posted it in your video that you just
Here it is.
showed me.
Here's the clip.
reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
It doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please,
You're
go
doing
right
it
ahead.
again
Doesn't
in the
matter
video,
if fucking
ironically.
rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most
Dozens
of
of
who
testimonies.
were hiding and heard. Oh, yeah.
Ethan, in the beginning,
Are you denying
said,
that?
In the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
There's
In the
more
beginning, you
stories
said
coming
on
out.
October
There's a
7th,
UN
there were
report.
numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on
Showing you
October
people.
7th. Because
Wait,
I never
hold on,
said
hold on.
that there was
You're
no
saying
sexual
only-
assault
wait,
that
what?
took place. I, as a
Wait,
matter
you're
of
saying
fact,
they have to
looked
have
at
been
that
on a-
report.
what?
I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault that took
I
place
wish
in
you had the
captivity.
energy
that was
you
not on
have
October 7th.
for the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same
I
energy.
can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking
I'm
about?
showing you people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with
So
my
vile
people and
to
names?
deny the
I don't
suffering and
understand.
trauma of the victim.
If there are
Just
victims,
because
you
you
said
need your
believe
All right, you know
women.
what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah.
What do you
let's
mean?
just-
You can't just let's just
I
move
mean, I
on
gave you
from
two.
this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely
It's just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence, the one
You deny mass rapes
instance,
happened, and you're doing it right now.
instance of sexual violence in
I showed
captivity
two. I just
that
showed you
we know
two.
of up until this point.
Just showed you two.
And I both agree on. You know that
showed
I
you
agree
two.
with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've
No,
acknowledged
you deny
it,
mass
and
rapes
yet-
happened, not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not
Yes.
that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do. I do deny
Okay,
it.
good. Well, there you
Because
go.
There is no evidence. And for the
I
record,
just showed you
the
two.
clips that you used, ironically enough, the
Actually,
reason
I
why I
showed
say
you
it's out of
three.
context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever. Okay.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare,
And
as
not
most
only-
victims were killed. Hassan.
Do you
Report
feel-
follows
wait,
earlier
wait,
testimony
okay.
from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. Firsthand
yawning.
testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Killed, dipshit.
Ethan, do you
they
think
kill
someone-
them?
do you
According to the
think-
report, 4 individuals
Do you
approached
think
the
when someone
welfare
is murdered
minister with
that
their
there's
account.
no
Sorry,
way to
Hassan.
actually examine?
Sorry,
Do you
talk
think that
about
when-
being gross.
Do you think
Listen
that
to
when
these
someone
victims.
is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
Bro,
conclude?
you know the
actually
answer to that.
conclude that that
because
person was sexually
you know that
assaulted.
Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them.
Ethan, you
That's
just said
what happened.
dozens of victims came out in that article.
I'm
and I don't know
reading
where
you.
that
What are
article
you
is from.
doing,
If
bro?
you said
I'm
dozens of
showing you
victims
the
came
evidence
out
that
in
you're wrong
article.
right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason
Okay,
to
so
believe
then
that
what
they
the
are.
f- is your
From
point?
everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a
I
clip
just
from
read
a
4
Haaretz article
This
that
is so
was posted
exhausting,
by
bro.
Lisa
Uh-oh, here comes the Haaretz article.
Wait, why
I
are
just
you
read you
discounting-
firsthand
I'm
testimony
using-
of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan, it's
You're
not that I'm
asking for
not
pics or it didn't
it's
happen.
not that I'm not believing the victims.
Where
I'm
you said,
saying
where's
that
their bodies?
since
Pics or
what you
didn't
have
happen?
mentioned, since the thing that
You're
you
saying
mentioned,
pics or it didn't
okay,
happen,
since
right?
the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
Because they're dead.
No, that's not
dead, you moron. What do you
First-hand
mean?
testimony in this regard.
They killed all the Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What?
Why are you saying you
Are you
killed
okay?
them?
I said they. Why the f would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out?
Maybe,
Go ahead.
maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's
It
okay.
might be. I might
understand.
be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low. so
Okay,
it
fair
does-
enough.
That's part of the reason
fair enough.
why.
It's a
That's part of the
misunderstanding.
reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally
If you're
fair.
saying, if
Do you-
you're
are you
saying
done,
he's
or you want to
gaslighting
keep going?
just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not done with this at all.
Okay.
Because
Go ahead. I mean, I just read
because
four
the question I have
firsthand.
for you, the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said
There
you,
is
I
a-
misspoke.
There is a.
By the way, I
Okay,
may have
it's
actually
fine,
said
it's
you.
Fine. You misspoke.
I apologize.
I don't care.
I didn't mean that.
Let's move
Yeah.
on.
I just
Let's
want to
get
make
back
sure.
to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars.
There
Pixar
have
didn't
been
happen.
no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet,
what?
speaking to Moran Gatz, who I
Gives a
posted
fuck.
about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
Four
and the
victims
speculation
just
is that
gave
the
firsthand
victims
testimony. I
probably
read it to
died,
you.
But there's no forensic examination. There has
Pixar
been
didn't
no
happen.
justice for these victims in Israel
didn't happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely
I'll
ruined.
crack open a root beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to
Or
actually,
firsthand-
there is
are you-
no
are
way
you
to
actually,
actually
like-
bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base because
Hassan, are you listening? Four
think-
firsthand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but what I'm
Let's,
giving
you know
you
what?
is the
You're
Israeli
right. You
prosecutor's
know what,
office
Hassan?
own
You're right. Let's err on
statement.
the side of
If there are
these victims
then,
lying.
why are there? Why
Let's
have
err
they
on the
not?
side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
I'm
yeah,
not
they're all
saying
lying.
that they're lying. I'm telling you,
Yes, you
my
are.
confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing. It's
while
obvious.
previous
Most of this shit
reporting-
happened, were
while
killed,
previous
and it's a
reporting
religious.
came out-
It's a
while
religious
previous
part of
reporting
this
came
first
out-
responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable. Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which
Dude,
just
what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims
buried
deserve
the
justice? What's
bodies.
wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve
Justice.
justice? Why did
This
Israel
is so stupid.
refuse
Can we please
an
move on?
outside investigative committee to
do you
actually,
explain these four
under normal
accusers?
circumstances, the
How do you
United
explain these
Nations
four
or
accusers?
a third party
How
will
do you
come
explain
in
these
and
four
conduct an investigation?
accusers? How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know why. How
Okay,
do you
very
explain
good.
the prosecutor
Well, let's err on
after
the
those
side of
four
them lying.
accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new.
Unbelievable.
It's newer. Okay. I don't
Okay.
know. I can't.
I guess we're at an
speak out.
impasse here.
I cannot.
I mean, listen, Hassan,
I cannot
we're at an impasse.
disprove
Can we move on?
something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking about
Because you're a
something
liar,
that
you're a
came out
propagandist, and you
after.
hate Israelis. Can we
What?
move on, please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh
No.
my
This is
God,
very
I'm
important.
just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you,
You
dude, this is
have
exhausting.
claimed falsely that I do not
No, I've-
recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took
Okay,
place in
yes.
captivity. That was
Yes.
false. Do you admit
Yep,
that?
it was false. Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
So you're
Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable evidence,
Well, let's take a
verifiable
look
claim
here.
of rape from a firsthand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very
All right.
good. Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you can't see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's the is just a little delay for him?
No, I can see it. Bro Ridley said, my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden that
and your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
backdrop, you can see there is a
what?
concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and,
implication
there's a train
to
that
me is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending Jews into the.
This is the clip you're
camp.
responding to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. Oh, I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Play the clip. Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
What?
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it, but
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So I mean, it's not that bad.
I think if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure. I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like ratio?
It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also. Been reported even by your favorite, what is it, Nicholas Eat Oreos, to be false.
Okay.
The dislike metric is not
let's
correct.
Watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
What?
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast. What I want to do is show you.
Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator class is in ruin. The event is going to be absolutely canceled. He's probably not even going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan, I'm
just saying.
not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the
You were in the
clip.
video,
guys. How I see Israel.
You were in the video.
When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking
you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Racist, like,
oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about
talking
it on
about
his
Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is,
dude.
The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Are you?
Well, it's you know
there?
it's so funny. You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a.
And Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain
By
what
your own
you're trying to
admission,
say.
there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms. Do you Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel like
the West Bank has
Israel
checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison. Well, Jonathan
I mean,
Glazer,
Israel,
who made
you mean in
this,
Tel Aviv?
Jonathan
So you're
Glazer,
saying
who
that
made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on,
you're in his
you're
Oscar
saying
award.
All I said was
winning
my
speech.
lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay?
Yeah.
And also is an apartheid
I make a distinction.
on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't compartmentalize
I lived there for 5 years
from
in
the
Tel
crimes
Aviv.
that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So saying
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6
I don't
miles
know
from
how
what?
many miles away it is from exactly
It's
where
a
you
lot
live
further
in
than
Tel
6
Aviv.
miles. What the f are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close
No,
enough
so
that you
you're
can see it. If you go to Sidorov, you can watch it. They call it the night
point you're
cinema.
making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes. A death camp.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life.
No,
as
you're
people
not
are
directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
I definitely
of the
agree.
indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz, and I'm going to show you how wonderful Auschwitz looks like, because it's German territory.
Okay, thank you for. Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Yeah,
you don't see.
That would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual
I lived there for 5
totality
years.
of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology.
Bro, you're just gish
I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong. And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific
do you want me to respond?
And starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
To you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I see. This is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately.
We agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
To you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They heard your
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
I mean, you just
that I am worthy of the scorn of you
just
and the entire
how
left.
Wrong that was what you just said. So that's one.
Okay,
that's one example.
Does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't. And there's
so what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
What
did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's Zionist?
You
can't give me one contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things. As recently as last month,
list one example of me saying something Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
I don't defend that.
In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever.
Never.
But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is
Look
that
at
pro-Zionist?
the Gaza Strip. Do you
How
think
is
a
me
bomb
criticizing
shelter would
Hamas
actually
pro-Zionist? Would you like to
survive?
explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you
Be a lot
talking
fucking
about?
safer
There's not a
than
standing structure remaining
the
in most
seventh
parts
floor
of
of an
Gaza.
apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every hospital,
You're okay with Hamas
implies
spending
that a
the
bomb shelter
totality?
would just simply
Can I
be
ask you a
fucking
question?
crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I
You can have
said.
criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel, because the Palestinians
they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation
they don't make
from the
bomb
Palestinians
shelters?
is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason why people
time
believe that
and
is
time
because
again.
of your hyper focus on
Name one.
you, and your distractions.
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
And your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
So I'm
Houthis. You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which
myself.
is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their
about the-
habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American
Okay,
Constitution.
very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that
I
this
want to have
definition is
Can
intentionally
I
vague.
give
and
you?
it's
Can I
fucking-
ask? Can I request something?
Is silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The
we're going to
American
be here.
terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well,
but
here,
you
I'll be more
use its
precise.
definition without ever actually thinking about
You're right.
it. What do you,
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Allah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly.
You're
All right,
welcome.
let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon. I do
Me
not
neither,
have a single
actually.
issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very fact that
You're
other
doing it
countries are not
again.
also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's
Let
a
me
genocide.
speak, please.
So what is the expectation?
Hassan, please. This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay.
Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
you're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Okay?
Yeah.
You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
They participated.
That is the entirety
They
of
participated.
the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying
so
at
what
all.
does it matter the exact count?
You erroneously
Why does that bother
claimed
you?
that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of
they collaborated.
footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what?
Yeah.
By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They
Ethan?
participated. You're not listening.
Is that why
You're
implied
being silly.
that is that why you posted that photo?
Why are
when
you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you
I'm
think
not
that's a good
defending
look?
that. I'm not defending
You
their action.
sure are.
I am
You'd be like,
asking
Hezbollah
you,
didn't do that.
Do you think
Hezbollah would never blow
has
up
an
a
air
village
force?
in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
The government, bro.
So why? Why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending
falsehoods.
terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
You are taking away the responsibility.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they
You're taking
kill?
the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian military.
I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah.
As a
You're
matter
lying.
of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
What do you mean?
You said
lying? I'm telling you what my position
You were talking
is
to
right
a
now.
normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, well, how do we feel about Hezbollah? A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up.
I do not like them.
I
like what you like.
You
I don't have the
stupidly
issue with
said
them,
that they
let's
killed
just say.
500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
sounds like it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim
what I'm
repeating
saying,
what you
and
said.
I'm having
You
a conversation
liar.
directly with you, so I don't understand. I'm not.
How can you
minimizing
lie
what
to
they did.
people? Like,
I'm
we
minimizing
just watched the clip.
the arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions
Why
in
did you
this
put
clip.
so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
you
incorrect
said that
on
numerous times. You actually said you chat
I don't think about numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for
Okay.
sure.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
mean I'm
work like
Zionist?
this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing people,
Responding to
who are
harassment.
offering analysis and not justification, but
Can I
analysis.
can I flip it on you a little bit?
Formed. You're upset with people
Can I
learning
Hasan, you're doing
about,
it. You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're just
hoping
talking,
to
bro.
explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice
No,
now.
you
So
don't need to
this is
explain anything to
productive
me.
now.
I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when you say?
Do you believe the State Department's
Answer.
designation for terrorism
Whoa!
is
Answer the
valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa!
Department's
Answer the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
gotta
is
answer
valid?
that one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid
you
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the
Please
terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging.
Oh, Hassan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why you
did.
say that. You say that to disparage
literally
me
just did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're doing it
issues,
again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being
beginning,
like, Ethan
shit
defends
changed.
terrorism? I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
and we'll get to
actions
that in
were
a second.
noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I
was
said their
a
actions
noble
were
one.
noble.
You said
Yeah.
Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But
presenting
people can
a
assume I'm
position-
Zionist. But it's
What?
okay for people to it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes, because
Got it.
No,
The
you don't
logic
understand
is
what I'm saying.
clear.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why people assume you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel?
Do you?
Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees. Stop. All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
Has done any of these things that you're talking about?
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I have
look
never
to
even
your-
pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the are you talking about?
That's literally not true, but
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. What? So many people that have criticized
you're
you
lying.
from your own fan base have left your
Hasan,
community
you
for this
said your
reason.
community
because
has
you can't
nothing to
take
do
a
with
fucking
this.
ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Jesus Christ, bro! I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to like
your own audience that you've cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Hassan,
and if
please,
you
let me just
demonstrated,
talk. This is
if
you
you
say
demonstrated
your
a
community
fraction,
has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you demonstrated,
please,
Ethan,
Hassan,
listen to me.
finish a point.
If you demonstrated a
Dude,
fraction, I'm gonna mute
This is
you.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing this.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me. If you
So I'm not
demonstrated a
muted.
fraction
So hold
of
on,
the
let me
humility,
finish. You gotta let me say something.
if you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now,
You've
most
got
people would not have
to
left your
let me
community. By the way,
say something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said
So
they're
who called
primarily responsible for
CPS?
harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is a much more broad than that. Absolutely not. You can't address an actual issue. So you turn it into, you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
Did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't believe you would.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used his community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there is a difference between someone
that's
doing
different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
Bro, I do not give a about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you,
Ethan,
because it will show just
people
what a liar
don't fucking
hypocrite
like
you are.
you, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you,
what do you
huh?
want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan, people don't
My
like
objective
you.
is not to be liked, Hasan.
Like
that might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or, I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Yeah, because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment
Yeah.
campaign.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
You,
It's embarrassing
Dan,
too.
I'm sorry,
especially
hold on.
because the
Dan
way
is
you
in the
behave
bathroom.
now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually
I'm not
going to
let you stomach me with again another pathetic
Jewish
fucking
people.
lie. Holy shit.
You literally posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone via token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
That are not representative of the broader movement.
They're
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb
Jews
specifically,
that you
yes.
don't like, and you are quick to call them
I have a problem
capos.
with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like Bad Empanada? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend.
Yeah,
Interesting.
you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada, and I've
Why do you love his videos
I've
suddenly?
maintained this
Before you
position.
pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos initially.
That is a insane, pathetic,
no, that's what it is.
lie.
No, he said.
You literally oh my God, dude. Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You can't just like
all these other
Now let's watch. Did you
We'll get to
ask
that.
for it?
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's
Oh
not
my
something
God!
he
Wait,
would
I
ever
sent you a
ask
clip.
for.
Why aren't
And
you
all these
playing
other
that one?
content creators actually,
watch.
Whipping their communities when
Whipping their
chat
communities.
is going absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so.
Okay, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute
No, you
clip.
don't have to watch
Where do you want me to
7
watch?
minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Oh, you'll get
Okay.
it. And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care.
I mean, I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a
Keep going.
what you said.
No.
Oh, why?
Come on.
It's
We watched
7
a
minutes
lot
long,
of your
bro.
clips. Keep going.
Spare the
This is
audience.
about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
No, I don't want to finish it. I know what it is. You talk kindly about. Okay, here I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my community? You think I'm
You
not
absolutely
trying to
are
get
not.
people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Wait,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
my turn.
No, yes, whoa.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
Moderating my community and claiming that.
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment.
Okay,
you claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice shirt, by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching YouTube videos, you're out of your mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait, that's in the clip, Ethan. You keep doing this thing.
I'm playing the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
Yes.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching Bad Empanada videos initially.
Oh my God, Hassan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay?
Ethan,
you think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this.
This is
dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support
himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
Because
Patreon?
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a freak, dude. Oh my Lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me.
Ethan,
so I'm just saying,
I
your
don't
community
know if you
doesn't do harassment,
understand.
right?
I don't know if you have a.
Let's just
I don't know if you have a
Bad
command over
Empanada,
the
who
English
literally
language.
exists to harass people by your own definition.
None of the things that you just
Being on
showed
Twitter
is
ridiculous.
None of the things you showed is
you're
inconsistent.
He is the
No, you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he
Okay,
be a terrorist?
here
right?
I got
Who,
it.
by the
Yes,
way,
you're.
what terrorist attack
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even watch
committed?
a
What attack has he committed?
7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative that you've presented.
It's almost done. It's almost done. Hassan, it's almost
He
done.
would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely, provably,
do you want
empirically
to hear
true.
my perspective, or do you want to just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good. So
we'll see.
Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada on his
What
YouTube
about his videos
essays,
attacking me? Are
especially when
those,
it's
is that part of
issue-specific,
his
Bad
great
Empanada
body of
on
work?
his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you
very
watching ones called
informative.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad, okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think, no, of course not.
Yeah.
But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a freak who literally hates me.
Klein
But
is
in
a
terms of the
Zionist dog, and
blockade
by the
on
way, I
Bad
want to kill his
Empanada,
wife.
the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why
How
that
many?
blockade ended is because
How many have you watched not about me?
What? The reason
How
why...
many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe,
I have no idea.
I don't know. Maybe
I've
one?
watched a ton, though. I've watched a ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
I mean, that's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think
no.
at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's
These
over
are
the
most
60.
likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me.
These are
over a
fan channels.
60-day
This is
period, that's
disingenuous.
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right.
You're presenting
Right.
the same. You're presenting.
Okay,
fan
first of
channels
all,
that
I'm
are
just showing how
posting-
much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan.
defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's
Ethan,
regular?
I have no control over my fan
obsessed with
channels.
who?
What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on Twitter on my Twitch
66
stream.
videos about
I say
me.
one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and,
And
over
you
again.
love
so
it.
Of course
It's
gonna
all
look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
No,
the
no, no.
same moment.
No. This
It's
has the same
usually
moments.
the
The
same
last one
moment
does not.
multiplied. Go back to the
No,
fucking
this one
photo.
does not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked
Okay.
about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because
so
I
and
think
I'm
you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think
because
this is
I have some
reasonable?
numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you. Okay?
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On
okay?
your
Last 60
Instagram
days.
stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
post.
From what period?
Since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
No,
what
that's
date?
you, not fan channels. This
I'm
is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date. What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st, since
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories, not
year?
including clips.
What
You
year?
have mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
110.
That's an absolute lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you
This is
110
before the
times.
clips.
Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's
Son,
shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this somehow, this isn't a, somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me. In the last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate
stories.
with your
When you
approval,
look at
under your
my-
direction.
when you
it's
look
part
at
of
me
your disinfo
referencing you,
campaign
it's
to avoid
almost
responsibility. It's so
always
obvious.
Within the context, it's almost always within the context of you literally. Haas tweet, when are we in agreement? Hassan called me
you
stupid,
say-
and I said my video is bad.
You're
but
streaming
wait.
it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is
What?
what you stream. I make
Ethan, your
a
entire
story.
stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you've cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them, which you
When did I try
openly
to sue?
stated
Whoa,
you wanted to
whoa.
dox them
When
to
did I-
their families.
What?
You
This is on
sent
your
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can
Ethan.
anonymous
I know you
anonymous
think
Redditors
Instagram
defame
stories
you
go
and harass
away.
you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay,
I
and
don't
that went
even know
viral.
what the deal was. I don't even
it
know what
got-
the that was about.
Well, it's
Did
an
you
outright
or
lie.
Did you not?
Hold on, dude. Let me
Did you or did you
respond. You
not
just
get your lawyer to.
You need to stop
Did
because
you or
I'm
did
gonna.
you not get your
I'm
lawyer
gonna
to
answer.
try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors?
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they
extorting?
said some shit about you.
Bro, let
it's
me
fucked up.
answer.
It's
Are you just
bullshit.
going to? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
I go on.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark, that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc.
If you
It was an
can
outright
find
lie.
one
It was
instance
defamation.
where
And by
I
the
have
way,
talked
fuck
about,
yeah, those
if
people
you
should be
can
held
find
accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the. I will give
I'm
you $1
explaining
million.
the context, dude.
I didn't even
You're
know
accusing me
about
of something.
this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse
Because
me of
I have
something.
no-
I'm explaining
because
why.
You're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have
there-
no clue.
Let me. No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
talking about. I only saw
said
the
your community.
litigation.
Is it ever, Hasan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well,
There could
they
be.
were.
Okay. About this
Okay, well,
instance.
great. It's not that
one
crazy
Of the
then.
Redditors, one of the Redditors that you sued. Okay.
I didn't sue
Not
anyone,
only did
first
you
of all.
sue for copyright infringement, but in the
Hasan,
process,
you're lying. You are absolute. Hold on,
in
you're
the
lying.
process
So you have
of
to
suing
stop.
them for
I have not
copyright
sued anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all
You know why?
correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? You
Do you know
provide our
why?
office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. What
know
does
why?
that mean? And then your lawyer says,
I'm trying to
if
tell
do
you. You
not-
just asked me what does it mean, bro.
if you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation. Do
Okay,
you
so
think
first of
that-
all,
does your lawyer
dude,
think that you
stop.
can just
Let
like
me
make
answer.
people dance? if they got him on
Do
a
you
copyright
want
claim.
to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to
This
even
person,
you.
by the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
How? By posting?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you. How? By posting on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the are you talking about?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a frivolous, frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit. Do
you know what a lawsuit?
Ethan Klein.
You know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
A frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit. Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit? Do you know how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my God,
imagine
this is so
if I was
pointless.
fucking suing them. How much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something.
Wait,
They're
wait,
posting
wait, hold on,
they were
hold on.
posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't support Ethan." Okay,
Hold on now.
Spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever you. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr. Fair,
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero.
Bro.
I have had 0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. You see, whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the f do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't, because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past 4 months.
I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't going to look good.
Oh my God, bro.
As today has demonstrated.
I said,
and that's
just
precisely
watch
why
the...
you tried to add additional
said, watch
qualifications
the
to it. Like,
video.
oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. Why the f would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know the clips.
It's not a biography. You understand
Ethan,
that,
can I
right?
ask a question
Do
for
you understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
For all the
it's
people
not
who
a
are tuning in
biography,
right
Hasan.
now.
It's not about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen.
Very
so
poorly,
how the fuck,
by the way.
how do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because
And
I've
you
watched
haven't-
11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But also,
by the way,
I'll
I said
tell
I would
you why.
debate you if you watched it. It's very
I'll tell
simple.
you why. I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as
because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you
There
can't
is
provide,
a video
by the
on
way.
my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke. Okay. In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his
You didn't
video.
watch the video.
Do
How
I
do you
have
know
the
that?
capacity to
You didn't
do
watch the
I have the
video.
capacity to see the future?
So where'd you get the list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How? How did
Why
I
not just
answer
watch
all
the
of his
video
questions?
then? Why not just watch the video?
Wait,
it seems
did I get a
cowardly. You're
list
like,
of all
I
your
don't want to
points?
watch the video.
Did I
Just
get
send
a
me a
list of all your
list
points,
of all the
Ethan?
things. So
Ethan?
I can't get.
Ethan?
I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And
Ethan,
maybe
you consider
he's
yourself-
making a good
you-
point.
You have, in the cringiest
Why not
way
watch the
possible,
video?
considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially, that I didn't
That's
respond
right.
to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay. So
Who cannot,
let me
by
explain
the way,
to you something.
being
Why did I
pro-Palestine
have-
means you are
why did I have
infallible
all
and can
the
never be
information?
criticized. That's awesome.
Why
logic.
did I have
you
all
want
the
to talk about the
information that I
content
actually
nuke, Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch
Go
my
ahead.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about
No,
me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So One of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over sexual
out of
assaults, is
context?
that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence.
It was from
that wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me.
Why are we going over this again,
defending the
dude?
likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares?
Do you
I
feel
wanna
like
talk
that was
about
an
something
appropriate
else.
way to show that I was a rape
It wasn't
denier?
out of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have?
Do you
I
feel
showed,
like? Wait, what do you mean? You
I
can't just
showed
say
you.
that wasn't out of context. That is the
How
context.
was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all
that
the
they
other ones?
might have happened because rapes
What about
are
all the other
actually-
ones?
Rapes are
What about all
actually
the other ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts
all the
in
other
general.
clips?
So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
What? Okay, so so you
Do
so
you
here
feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think I showed
no.
sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's
so you
one
do recognize
example.
that
That's
was
one
out of
small.
context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one?
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Criminy, Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait, what? What is going
Because
on?
I have that because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay, play
and then
it.
you can
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another psychopathic settler, inbred douchebag. Oh, these inbred douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred,
Pause it for a second.
ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
That's awesome.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You got to watch this part too.
Inbred, 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 inbred,
I wanna pause so bad.
inbred, 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 inbred.
What is that?
The clips that, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. Dude,
come on.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Of course, I'm calling the Kahanis, Jewish supremacist settlers, inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that video. You looked at
so
a
again,
video.
Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just
dude.
dudes. By the way, this is the
playing
difference
the same
between me and
clip
Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the criticism. Hassan opens Comrade Casey tweets and Snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Dude, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with his community. These are just benign dudes. Just, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're Nazis, Ethan.
doesn't
What's
make
wrong
it
with
any
you?
less anti-
They're participating
You're
single-handedly in a
referring
genocide.
continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No, I call
you don't think that can
fucking-
affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an
racially
anti-Semitic
insensitive?
trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a cry bully claiming that he was a victim of
Cry bully?
harassment.
He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How is he a cry bully?
No, he's a cry bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? What is
To
the
be a
bully
cry
aspect?
bully, there needs to
Ethan,
be a bully
have you-
aspect. Where's
have
the
you
bully
fucking-
aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized
Call
on
them
college
fascists.
campuses
Call
has
them
now led
pieces of
to
shit.
the
Terrible
Gestapo
people. Your
literally
insistence
packing
on
up
calling
pro-Palestinian
Jewish
student
people inbred
activists.
is
You
a
don't think that those fucking
conscious
dipshits
choice
played a role in
in
that on
spreading
Fox News of all places?
straight up
What the fuck is
anti-Semitism.
wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
No, I'm not defending them.
Nazis.
I'm attacking you.
No,
How is me saying why you
you are crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying
All the
humanitarian
clips?
aid, going into Gaza, and then
All
you're
the
going,
clips?
they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I
they
took it
look
back
like
immediately.
Nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people won't
I
see that
literally
and go,
took
what
it
the
back
fuck is wrong
immediately.
with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know
Oh my
how that
God,
works?
There's a lot more.
Have
Do
you
you wanna
ever
keep going? Piece by
Have you
piece?
ever? No, it's boring.
Oh,
I
now it's
liter-
boring.
Because because you're a
Well,
chronic
this
liar.
is-
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay?
I
Maybe I
went
wasn't
back-
afraid of it, but I was
See, this-
worried that
you-
you were
this-
going to clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to
This
them.
con-
And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the shit that we've talked about,
All
you've
right,
backtracked
here, let's do
on.
this.
Maybe that's the reason why people think you're pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that. I do
'Cause
not
that's rewriting
think,
history.
I'm going to say this very clearly.
No,
to
it's
you.
not that you
I'm gonna
cared,
say
it's
this
that you
very clearly
fucking
to you
glazed him
right
up.
now, 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go
I
ahead.
believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side, Ethan?
What have they done?
You're
Hold on.
saying that it's a genocide. What the
What have they
fuck are
done?
they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel.
That's
like
true.
bravo.
That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the
It was
fucking
partially
islands.
owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes. And
it was bound for
It doesn't
Turkey
matter.
from
What do you mean?
India.
What do you
There was-
think
they
BDS is,
kidnapped
dude? What do you think
5
BDS stands
totally
for?
unrelated Filipino
You also
prisoners
wasn't
and
owned by an
kept
Israeli,
them
by the way,
prisoners
in
for
your
a
fucking
year.
video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
Take what back?
Wow, what
I
are we
didn't hear
on?
you.
4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked on?
I don't know
so far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
Partially owned by an
conglomerate.
Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned
It
by a
is an
British
Israeli
company.
conglomerate
It's
that
owned by
owns
a
the
British
fucking
company.
ship.
So it's owned by a
You literally
British
claimed
company.
that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like you
It
think
is.
all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not an easy flag to
How
get.
much of this? How much of this? So if this Jewish or this
Point
Israeli guy
5.
is in, if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care, because I think that even if they even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree
I'm not
with
even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you
No, it
lied on your
wasn't.
fucking
That's
video.
an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're lying. That's an outright pathetic lie.
You said
and
it
you're
was
basically
an Isle
running
of
defense
Man.
for a
You
terrorist
said the flag
organization.
was on
Now,
Isle of
do
Man.
I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait, dude, let's ring up the Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country on
Not
the fucking
hijacking an
planet
unaffiliated
that
boat and
withstood-
kidnapping 15 nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released. What would you do, Ethan?
I remember.
What would you do?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
You couldn't.
They were
put
held.
it in there,
Were they held
you know?
prisoner for a year? Were they
You
held
couldn't-
prisoner for a year?
you
Were they
couldn't
held
put it-
prisoner
you
for a
couldn't put
year?
it- yeah,
were they
they
held
were.
prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were. They were held
That's what I
hostage.
said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino unaffiliated
Do you understand
sailors
the concept
hostage
of
for a year?
deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel kidnapping?
Do you understand the concept of
foreign
deterrence?
Sailors.
Yes.
How is that a
stopping-
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop other, successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial
Really?
shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the are they supposed to do? Should they not? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by
and
the
also,
way.
they can't say, obviously, they can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So what
Scares.
how can
I mean,
these
it doesn't.
people-
It's what
how
Norman
can people
Finkelstein
be
said.
pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Were your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping
It's not
15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated, but even if it was unaffiliated,
is
as I've said
totally.
already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and
Was.
you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was,
people
if
can
it
look into it.
wasn't, even if it was,
Why did they kidnap? They didn't need to
unaffiliated-
kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you
Ethan,
defending that?
You know what's terrorist?
You're defending
shit?
them kidnapping
You know what's
these
terrorist shit, Ethan?
unrelated
You know what's
foreign
terrorist shit?
sailors?
Israel blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla.
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are
Israel,
defending
as
terrorism,
of this
though.
conversation taking place,
And you've done
Israel
it many
last
times
night
during this
literally
conversation.
drone striked a humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not
So
only
do you-
moral, but
do you
it's just.
think-
And
Very
if-
good.
if-
You're right. You're
if
so
justice
righteous.
is served,
Do you think that the Filipino hostages who are held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome
probably
act
not.
of resistance?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good?
Damn, dude.
They're doing
it's not
it bad.
unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then, the
You won't
entire
explain
point
how
is
it's
to stop
affiliated. You said it's
commerce. The
owned by
entire
an
point
Israeli
is to
conglomerate.
make-
That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was
Wait,
not
what?
owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even, he didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman.
Mm-hmm.
It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved
co-owned
in.
by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected. I'm
It's
telling you.
owned
how
by
it's
a British
connected.
company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well,
and
you're
now
lying
you don't
about
like
how
that
it's connected.
connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info
said-
is readily available,
Okay,
Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay, that's
Well, so-
point
but the
number 5
larger
that you
pro-
also presented falsely on your
Very good.
context puke.
The problem is more
Someone's gotta
the
be keeping
kidnapped
tally
sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah,
I
please.
asked you
Please
what
explain to
you
me
would
how
do,
it's justifiable
Ethan.
to
What
kidnap
would you
15
do?
sailors.
Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
During the
unaffiliated,
Holocaust,
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Oh, what? Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So the people
Filipino
that
guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call
What
a
do those
genocide
sailors have to do with
are
that?
actually terrorists because you don't agree with their
Kidnapping innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way. You have no
Kidnapping
alternative.
innocents.
You have no alternative. You call
That's
it a
not
genocide.
true. I
They're
said just
supposed
don't
to sit
kidnap
around.
innocent
Nothing
people.
else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Damn.
Oh, is
Okay,
that possible?
Fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then also
That's
turned
great.
around.
What does that have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm
Kidnapping
ready. What do you
innocent people
mean?
is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could
Is
characterize
the
it that
IDF
way.
terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why
a,
is
it's
it
like
a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a
Houthis-
standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are to like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different.
Wait, well,
they also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's
But
history.
I'll say yeah,
Oh,
Israel, the
hold
IDF
on.
is terrorists. Yes,
Hold
the
on.
IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power. What?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't
do not
know?
know.
That's
yeah,
really
you should try
interesting
saying
because
that
in your
sometimes.
video you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys
Oh
are actually
my
doing
God,
slavery.
bro.
And it
Give
turned
me
out
one.
that actually the
Give me the Saudi
videos
outlets.
that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The
Literally
Houthis
the poorest
have
country
slaves.
on the planet.
That's not
they
even
weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own video, but you still used it. And you used
Houthis have
Saudi
slaves,
propaganda
undisputed.
papers that at a time when Saudi
I
Arabia
just don't
was
understand why
doing
you're
a
defending
fucking
the
genocide.
Houthis for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking about,
Just
dude?
acknowledge that that they do terrible
Saudi-backed
shit.
government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement.
No,
of
the
fact.
Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's
They have
not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a man-made
Yeah, and how's
famine.
that
backed
blockade, by the way,
Saudi
helping the
Arabia
country?
And the
How
UAE.
is the blockade
Why
helping the
did you
famine in
use-
Yemen? How is the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
And their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit on this
so
issue.
explain to
but
me why it
seems like you don't know
matters.
shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
What? Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah.
Oh, their
Clearly,
blockade is. Oh, their blockade is awesome.
No, why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context puke were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says "Curse the Jews," which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free"?
You agree with kidnapping civilians?
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the "Curse the Jews" and how what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how is that
actions
relevant?
And the blockade against the Israelis. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that. Like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean? You want
to talk about
his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you. I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
Do you? All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you want to.
I'm sure you can. Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You badass sports car bed. It's
very odd.
There it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's,
why?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Why?
Because what the have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth. What are they doing for peace?
The Houthis have created.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
It.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Wait, also, it's still
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a point
no,
that
it's
you
irrelevant,
have to admit is
bro.
wrong,
And you just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are the Houthis are barbaric, they're homophobic, they hate women,
Homophobic?
all this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known
about bigotry
is
of low
fucking death and
expectations.
destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop bombing them, as Joe Biden did,
chief
and as
criticism.
Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method. Now,
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians,
let's
dude. It's
get
not
back to the
rocket science.
IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization. But the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that.
Through and
Wrong.
through.
Wrong. Again, a
Okay,
liar.
so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF is
I
a
think
terror?
I think
Okay.
it would be. I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership
That's not why.
density per capita. And because he responded to an Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English, you
watch
kept
this.
claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name
is.
Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family. Because if he was
Let's
a part of
watch
the
the
Houthi family,
evidence.
his last
You
name
know,
would be
let's-
al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay?
Let's watch the
person
evidence.
You looked at a 19-year-old teenager who's a TikToker
Terrorist.
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad. This guy is fucked up.
Let's look
yeah,
at it.
Of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen. Are you
Do you know
stupid?
what the
He doesn't live in
bigotry of low
fucking Bel Air
expectations
like you,
is?
dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch.
No,
Ready to-
it's not
Let me
because
show
he's
you.
poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Because
I'm sure the
fighter
Yemenis-
jets that blow up their schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're forced to go through military trial detention, they get Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews. So
That's
of
not
course,
true.
for everyone in that side
Israel
of the
doesn't
fucking
claim
world,
they're doing it
when they
on
say
behest
Jew,
of Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including Refat
Do you think he's like
al-Ra'ar-
Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has
Did
withstood
Anne-
genocide.
did Anne-
He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government.
the only-
Of course I do. I think that but my point that I
Anne
was
Frank.
fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said,
would you
fuck
think
Jewish
Anne Frank
people.
would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out of the
If she was like,
the
I wanna
place that she
kill
was hiding
Germans
in
and hang
took
them?
up
Yeah.
arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
Or
Say
something
Anne
that
Frank
didn't
would be
happen?
bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
Oh, it wouldn't be the same. Why wouldn't it be?
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's
If
not what.
Anne
Let
Frank-
me show you. Let me show
Do
you.
you think that if Anne Frank
Israel isn't.
Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you would call
Israel
her
isn't
a bad
occupying
person?
Yemen anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they
You say
have
the Saudis.
known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why
Because
is
they're
it damn
directly
the Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia. What are you
Oh,
talking
but I thought,
about?
oh, you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, which
Damn
I
the
have
Jews,
said time
curse
and time
upon the
again
Jews.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate
That's
by
nice.
Western standards. But if you listen to
Why
Norm
does it
has
say
a
Saudi
clip on
Arabia?
that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see? Do you want to see it?
Let me show you this
Do you want
because
to
you've
hear
been going
Norm
on and on.
Finkelstein
Let-
explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn
He
the
said-
Warsaw Ghetto Uprising,
Hasan,
Ethan?
you gotta stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay. He says, "Ready for sacrifice." Maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut.
Pause it.
Okay, why would he
Are you done?
retweet this article called
No.
Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support?
Okay.
Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay,
It
but
is.
hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes to "Are you a soldier"?
Bro, he doesn't even speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
Oh.
Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
Just like
posted-
Anne Frank,
if
by
Anne
the
Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis
it
of
would
Anne Frank
change.
change
Yes,
even
of
a little bit,
course.
even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not
Okay, well,
tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
I would not give a. I would be loud and proud, going, "Hey, that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis." Yeah, girl.
So
get it.
hold on. After watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes. Anne
Okay, very
Frank,
good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold
She
that.
was
against her.
killed in a concentration camp, you
Exactly.
psychopath.
But if she did,
She was
but if she
exterminated with
did,
her whole
ever hold
family.
that
Her
against
dad's
her,
the
would
only one that
you?
survived and
But you
recovered
wouldn't
her
hold that
journal. Are you
against her,
mad?
Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against Anne Frank?
I wouldn't
if
hold it
she-
against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen who is
You really
19
like to
fucking
do
years
that.
old. Okay.
Well, you said he's
so-
not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the up, by the way, which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has
That wasn't
apparently
even- that
partied
wasn't
with the
even correct.
captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you kidding me?
All right.
Just
Here's some
insane.
clips that you
But
haven't
hold on.
shown.
Besides being
Here's some
wrong,
clips-
it's
no, we're going clip
insanely
for clip.
incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure.
Here.
Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist. That is
Okay.
your
Do you want me to
perspective.
watch this? I mean, what the bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay.
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين نمد ايدينا للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يجي يعيش فيها.
This is like shot by a propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
يعني مشكلتنا مش مع اليهود.
Our problem is
Sound
not
like
with
a
the
big
Jews,
man,
guys.
buddy, dunking on a 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate to show.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not at
He
odds
both believes
with
that
what you are
Jews are our
presenting.
friends, and also
The
we need to
problem
murder
is-
them all.
Okay.
He believes that Jews are our friends, and we need to murder them all. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
You conflate.
No, he said Jews. He,
You
in
conflate
the tweets,
Judaism with
said this is what
Zionism
we're
from
going
a
to do to
Western
Jews.
perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect it as
And that's
Jews.
the Jews' fault,
but
right?
Listen
That's-
to me.
and
But
you're
listen to
blaming the
me.
victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically, and he said
I
he
remember.
loves them because
That
he
is
does not
such
have
a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this
He
person,
said,
Ethan.
I
He has no
watched it. That's
reason.
not what he
has
said,
no
though.
reason to
He said if
lie.
they
He's
support
in
Palestine,
fucking
then I
Yemen. He
like
could be
them.
dead by
He didn't.
now.
You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying.
Wait, what do you
he
mean?
He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good.
What?
Well, that's what he said.
Okay.
It's materially way different than I love Jews. What the f you said?
You didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say?
said
Hold
like.
on, Hasan. What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no
That's not
problem
what
with
you
Jews
said.
who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine.
What?
All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care. Dude,
we got to
Ethan,
move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet that.
Okay,
He did tweet
the
stuff like that.
conversation would go very differently. But even then, I
did
probably
say
wouldn't
that.
be as vicious as you assume.
He literally
I would,
said that on
or
social
you want
media
me to be,
continually.
because I understand the material conditions and
Gonna
what
kill all
plays
Jews.
a role in people's recognition of the world. What their
Nobody needs to
upbringing
fear
looks
us but
like.
Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip.
Okay.
He said Zionist, but play the clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without complaining. He's
No,
always
why-
too dolled up.
But you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the clip I sent you. Stop.
By the
being
way,
so
is this? I don't know if this
stubborn.
is. I don't know if this music's claimed. By the way, we can.
It's fine.
It does matter.
It's most likely
Unfortunately,
not
you're on
fucking
Twitch
claimed.
where
Come on.
stealing content is regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted
things
is
out of
sometimes
you.
warranted. Where's
Mr.
the link
Fair
of
use? Mr. Fair use.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what fair use is, you moron? It's using it fairly. There's a
Yeah.
big
No, I
difference
know.
between.
Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you get your
Of course, I
high-powered
care about
attorney
my
to fucking
monetization
sue them
status.
and make demands about how they have to
Does that have to do with fair
release
use, man?
information about their
All
their
right,
allegiances to
let me
Reddit.
play this for a minute, and then we'll move on.
All right, play.
فوق رؤوسنا وما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي لليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious
Dude,
to me.
you-
Wow.
look,
Let's
man,
keep it
look.
going. No, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO, before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the
What was
MSM was
legitimate
chasing."
journal? Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay, great.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you
they're
asked
cool.
me
If
one.
they're-
I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That there are Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why? Do you think? Hey, what was the hard hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a brown person gets a little bit of airspace and they look
that
like
right?
a human being.
So
and
you're
not a
resorting to
fucking
calling me
barbaric
racist now.
monster.
By the way, this
Because
dude's
you're
white as. What are you
Islamophobic,
talking
Ethan.
about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the f are you
Let's get
talking
back to
about,
the
dipshit?
IDF. So
Hold
you
on,
said
you
the
accuse
IDF
me of
could
being
be
racist. Are you
declared
talking
a
about this
terrorist
guy?
organization,
Are you
and
talking
your
about
wife
this
is a part of
guy?
the IDF. Do you think it's
You're
appropriate
right,
to call
dude.
your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate? Okay.
No.
You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets. Who do
Right.
you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid
The IDF
military
is
targets?
protecting them, and it's insane.
Process,
Yeah,
in
it's
the
horrible.
process of their
Was
pogroms
my wife
that
out
they're
there
doing.
protecting? Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record, until a couple
She was
months.
yeah,
She was
you're
out
gonna do
there
the Raider of
doing night
Ramallah
raids.
snark
Do you
bullshit.
think-
Go on, yeah. Your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
described
18 years
the
old, bro. She's a
process of
secretary.
taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own, living in his own home. And your wife went
Can they
on
not
a
commit
raid
crimes?
to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah,
So
that was an old
inconsistency
clip.
here.
I don't think
Is your
Ramallah's
wife
a
a
terror
valid
city.
military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist?
She's not a West
Ethan?
Bank settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank.
Bad
Where's
Empanada
Ramallah,
thinks she
Ethan?
is. Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think
Do
she's
you?
a valid military target? That's
Do you
my
think
point,
she's a
because
valid
there's
military target?
inconsistencies here.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I
Wow,
don't.
great.
Okay.
All right, can we please move on to this
no,
the Nakba
listen
thing?
to me. Listen
Hasan,
to me.
bro, you're making this
Listen
unwatchable.
to me. Listen to me. Okay.
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank. You say
You don't know
hate
who
the
was
West
kidnapped
Bank.
and for
You
what
say
reason.
you
We
hate
don't-
the settlers.
Well, we don't know who is.
protects the
First of all,
settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
So it
what
was
if he
justifiable.
stabbed
Do you
civilians?
understand
Doesn't
the
that
process in
happen?
which how people are arrested in
I'm
the
sorry.
West Bank, Ethan?
Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up
They're
civilians?
placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil
Do
court
Palestinian
process.
terrorists
They are
ever
not-
commit violence on
they
civilians
are
that would
not-
warrant them being
they
arrested?
Are
Give me a
not
break.
in the West Bank.
You
The
don't know anything
Palestinians
about
that are
this person
kidnapped
or this
are-
raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have
That's
also
not how it's
served
known,
in
but
the Israeli
that's what
Occupying
you call
Force, as
it.
a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name
for
is Hila.
example,
I don't know if
in
you keep
terms of
doing
my
your wife.
coverage.
Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
Well, it just
stop
belies some
hyper-focusing
really
on random
bizarre
shit.
thing.
Stop
It's not
hyper-focusing on
random
random
at all.
shit.
It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my
Oh,
words.
please.
I
It's
have
so
no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Ela was
Who is
doing
supposed to be
hold
able to
on.
resist against this genocide?
Hold
Do you
the
actually
phone.
think it's a genocide?
Ela was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious
Yeah.
exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she
What'd she
reflects
say now
on
that's
that
wrong?
and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do. Those
Hey,
are
well,
real
listen,
human
Dan,
beings
you can talk
that are
to
getting
you can talk to
kidnapped.
her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, what? Give me a break,
No.
dude. She did
has
mandatory.
talked on your
Let
podcast.
me ask you a question.
She's talked
Hasan,
on your podcast
please, you gotta
about
let me talk.
how she went on a raid. She was
You
bored.
have
She
to
had a
let me
secretary
talk.
job.
The fact
It's
that you're just
mandatory
talking over
conscription.
me
It was an
and
adventure
being
for her.
louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're
She
right. Okay?
volunteered.
It's good to listen to what I have to say.
Okay.
She's part
Is
of
it a lie?
mandatory
Did
conscription.
Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable.
Okay.
We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what
Oh,
the
so he
what
could have
the
been
raid was
he
for.
could have been a vicious terrorist
What if he
monster.
killed
Is what you're
people?
saying.
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course
Ethan,
he would be worthy of being
Ethan,
arrested.
Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She
It's
sat
not
in a car.
complicated, Ethan.
She
It's
sat in a
not
car and
complicated
didn't
at
even
all.
leave it and never
Your
did
wife
it again.
participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now, I understand.
Are you upset
the
if this
importance of
person
social
killed like
conditioning.
a
If she
child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about how
Fine, my
that
wife's a
was,
terrorist, bro. What the? It's
no,
so boring.
stop. Listen to my words. If she
No,
were to talk about
my
how
wife
fucked
is a
up that
terrorist.
as
Very
many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
Just
former
like Frogan
IDF
says,
vets
only
that
I
are
don't
part of
hate
breaking
only the ones that
silence talk
regret
about,
it.
I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope
wanna know
she gets
why? Because I understand
PTSD
people
too?
can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there. She is not
Okay,
supposed to be
she's a
there.
terrorist.
It does not matter.
She's
Her
dead.
and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That is an act of
I don't think
terror.
she knew
And
what
as a
they were
matter of
doing.
fact, what she participated
I don't think she
in-
knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in is
I don't think
called
she
a
knew
night
where they
raid.
were going or what
she
they were doing.
participated in is called
Okay,
a
she's a
night
terrorist,
raid.
bro. Please, we got to move on.
The
This is,
reason
like,
why
just
the reason
so-
why the Israeli occupying force, the reason why the
Oh
Israeli
my
occupying
God,
force
dude.
participates
People wanna
in
watch
these night
this.
raids in the West Bank,
You're making
is
this
to create
unwatchable.
a
Let's just-
constant feeling of terror.
Hassan, talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got
The
to
reason
understand.
why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating
participates
yourself.
in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror upon the
We
Palestinians.
don't condone
who
it.
are
She was
there
19. She
in
was
their
doing
own
military
land. Listen to
conscription. She
me.
didn't know where they were going
Listen
or what
to
they
me.
were doing.
Listen
okay?
to me.
Thank you.
Listen to
I'm
me.
listening, but you just keep repeating yourself.
The
This is what
reason
you
why-
do.
the reason
you
why
gotta
I
move on.
know-
I want
the
to have
reason
a,
why I know that. Do you wanna
Son,
know why I know
gotta
that?
Stop.
Do
Do
you
you
wanna know
want
why
this
I
to be
know that?
unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is because
I'm
of
take that as a
breaking the
yes.
silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to
This
the United
is your
States
big
government?
argument, Ethan?
Answer
that I
the
pay
question.
taxes and I'm morally culpable. I know. That's why I try to fight against
Why don't
this
you go to
goddamn government
jail?
doing this shit
Well,
every
why don't you
day.
stand up for your? Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying
What
I
wouldn't
don't
stop?
I don't take issue with Gila's actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the
What did she
Israeli
say?
occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him. Or
Well,
her,
I think
sorry.
I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you
Yeah.
is that
But you
everything's black
can't
and
see
white.
it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective, and you
Yeah,
know
he's a
for the fact
terrorist
that your
who says he
audience
wants to
also
kill
doesn't see
Jews,
it, and
that you
that's
said
why
it's like
you can
Anne
fucking
Frank.
constantly claim that he is a terrorist, whereas
Oh
your
my
wife,
God, bro!
well, it's
Please,
complicated.
I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You made your
Got
point.
it.
You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
in
just 'cause-
1948
yeah,
countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
you make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was
by
the exaggeration?
killing them and including
No,
by,
this isn't a
by
comparison
massacring
question.
them, and then
What was the
and
fucking
then
hell, bro?
letting
You are
survivors
incapable
tell the
of
tale.
answering anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even answer
You're
it. What are
not
we doing?
answering it. You're not. You're just
I
going
am.
on and on.
I am answering it, Ethan.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan, sit the fuck
About
down and
the
listen to the history
historical
lesson.
fact of
Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors
does that have
left
to do with that?
tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it
leaving,
not?
sometimes voluntarily, and sometimes because their governments had made deals with
How many left
either
voluntarily?
Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do
Take a
you?
guess. Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well,
Most of
you're
them left
lying and
voluntarily.
you're dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy One will send you to jail. The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the
Can I ask you a
British
question?
learned
Just
that
one
they were
question.
planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary?
Okay,
Does that
here,
sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip. You can play.
No.
One of
Does
the
it-
most important scholars on this issue
Oh my
is
God,
an Iraqi
please.
Jew by the name of Avi
Oh.
Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer.
And so
named Max Binet.
let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the country?
Why?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that
A
the
few bombs?
Israeli government? Why is it the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return, why has
Because
that
they were
failed
being
on the
fucking-
Israeli front for numerous reasons? I know why.
Let me
but
tell you an
maybe
inconvenient
can
fact
arrive
for
at
you,
that
Hasan.
conclusion.
Let me tell you an
I
inconvenient
wonder
fact.
why that happened right as
Before
Israel
the
was being
bombs went off,
established.
before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea.
Okay, great.
Of going
So
to
let me
Israel.
hear what Avi.
Israel.
Okay, so you're
like Israel. What do you
yeah,
mean?
you're a liar. You're a disgusting propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masouda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you liar.
Hold on. Ethan.
Nope, you listen to this historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Listen.
If all this is true, the main reason for the Exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about
That's
his
not the only book
migration.
he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq.
Memoirs of an
Writes
Arab
about his
Jew.
time
It's the
in
newest
Israel.
book, I know.
He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said,
friend.
we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
You are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And here's...
Yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
No,
That's why, because you're a liar.
He absolutely does.
Contend
But
with what I
hold
said.
on, let me
No.
explain.
Contend with what I'm saying. He said, we did not leave
the
Iraq
plan-
because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay. I can't
Explain
wait
to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you look like a dumbass. Let me
I
tell
can't
you
wait
something.
too. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were
not-
Zionists. We left because we were no longer
Iraqis
safe.
are not Palestinian, you moron, you racist piece of shit. Because Iraq
What?
and the pan-Arabic nationalist
They
movements
left-
that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
not about Palestinians. You
Okay,
cannot
so
make
what
this
did the Jews in
comparison.
Iraq have to do with
Zionists,
Israel,
ones
you
who actually
bigot?
fucking terrorized the
You are
Palestinians,
so out of your
and
mind.
then Iraqis,
Dude, you
cannot
screaming and
point to
grandstanding
Iraqis
doesn't
or
mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's
This is pathetic.
racism during the
Okay.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think?
Racist piece of shit.
Thanks,
Do you
Hassan.
think Iraq? Do you think all
do you want-
Arabs have one mind? Is that what
Why
you think?
were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Because
I've
why?
Never said that there were
Because
no
why?
Iraqi
Answer
Jews
the
that left
question.
Iraq in
You want to
fear.
call me racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to
Because
Israel?
you're a moron who doesn't understand.
That's why
that
they
Iraq
left. They
is
left
not
because I'm a
Pali-
moron?
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hassan, you
That there were
coward.
numerous
You
pan-Arabic
coward.
nationalist movements.
Answer the
that
question.
were
You're going to call me
sparking up
racist, but
all
you
around
won't
the
answer.
region, Ethan.
Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
Because of
why the Israeli
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses, they had homes that they were forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism was already
that has nothing to do with them, you absolute dumbass.
Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the f is your point? You call me racist.
The racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my point.
Yes, you are. They left
justified that.
because the Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong. You're a liar.
That there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over them, genius.
Nationalist movements as states were being
Let's go over them. In Egypt.
Mostly by Western nations.
You want to talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know.
In Egypt.
You got a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you.
Hey, Hasan,
so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've
supposed to be
talked
attacking
plenty.
my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you could do is shut the f up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay.
Ethan,
following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Palestinians. Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians never allowed
nothing
to return?
To do with that. They were forced to go there by the Arab countries.
Offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily.
It's time to listen, Hasan.
These are completely separate countries.
Nobody's justifying the Nakba. No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running of discrimination.
I don't discredit the plight. I think,
but I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
Why'd they leave? You think
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that this is
Why did they leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave?
Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for hundreds of years?
Where's the Ottoman Empire? Let's talk about the last 100 years.
In Western
That's great.
Europe,
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the f up and listen, okay?
Oh my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Careful, right.
Okay. Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
do you think that,
proven
do you think
liar.
That Jews,
and I feel
that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liar.
No.
That you're undermining your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out.
Ethan.
They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948,
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews, injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan,
in 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct
1956,
planned violence and an extermination campaign. The other
approximately
is
25,000
hostility.
Jews were
The other
expelled
is
from
falsely
Egypt.
misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were
from
expelled.
Other countries. You
So
don't
are you
have
blaming
to-
them?
You don't understand this, and you
Hold on,
will
are you
never
blaming the
understand this, I
Jews
don't
for
think.
getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries
No, I'm not.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this
Of
comparison
course not. That's
is
why it's
gross.
anti-Semitic.
That's
why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
It's like
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. On the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an
Sorry,
example.
what is
Half of
wrong
these
about
countries
that?
you're pointing
What is
to
wrong
in the
with what I
time
just
when
said? They
Jews
were
leaving
expelled.
Were literally
Hassan,
controlled
please,
by
you've got to
English
answer a
French,
question.
by the English
They were-
and French colonial
They were
occupations.
expelled.
What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Oh my God.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't actually
Most Algerians were
anti-Semitic
French
action
citizens and went to
that
France.
caused Jews to
But
feel unsafe, Ethan.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic
It's like
for
saying
Jewish people to get kicked
Armenian
out of their home?
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other random countries where Armenians
No,
were
Iraq
were
happened
also
after
getting
independence and as
equally
of
dispelled.
Jerusalem.
Turks were getting dispelled
Dude,
in other countries.
The
That's
pogrom
ironically
happened
the
as a
same fucking thing
direct
that's the way that it was
result of
taught
the
in
war,
the
bro.
past. That it was a
By the way, did you say-
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
because-
Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like. Would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
Sorry, I
fucking
just thought it was
resist?
an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli,
Wait,
anti-Jewish riots
what's your point?
broke out
What's your
amid
point? What's your point
post-war
about Anne Frank?
unrest.
Yes, I did.
Synagogues
Okay.
were burned.
What's your point
Jewish
about Anne Frank?
institutions were shut
What's
down.
your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
That she's no, I just think that statement was insane.
Why
The
was that an
Six-Day War
insane-
backlash.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
In 1967, another
My
Israel
question for you
victory,
was, would you
mobbed
hate on Anne Frank
Jewish
if she
communities
wasn't a
got mobbed.
pacifist?
6,000 Jews were evacuated, homes were destroyed, synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism, period, point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damaged and destroyed. In 1950, 1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when
Yemen,
you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote him back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists.
On top of
we
this,
did not
Avi
leave
Schleim's
because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Ethan, that's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that left
I'm not defending
from
the Nakba.
separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Palestinian self-determination and the Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility.
It's so
50,000
because
50,000 were relocated. In Tunisia, 130,000 after
the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
what happened?
quote,
they didn't send you that clip? They didn't send you that
Avi
piece of information? So the PLO, Yasser
Schleim,
Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who
wrongdoing
oversaw the second Intifada? What the are you on about?
Go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin. As a matter of
about the
and yet
flights,
Israel was
bro.
the one who didn't
you
want
deny
that to
the
happen.
flight
Why
of
is that
Middle
the case,
Eastern
Ethan?
Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Flight, Ethan.
You
don't
absolutely
understand.
deny the
you
trauma.
Are attributing,
No, you deny
you
that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical
inaccuracy.
inaccuracy.
Jews that left by choice. That is true.
Yes, some did.
There are
of the
Jews that absolutely
900,000, the
left by
vast majority
choice.
left because they were afraid.
Ethan,
because they were being discriminated against.
Jews
that is a historical fact.
Have
6-day
you ever
war
actually
aftermath.
listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're repeating.
No, I have heard you talk about it time and time again.
I don't actually believe,
bro. You are continually not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews. You characterize it like they left by. Yes, I've seen it.
To anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Yes, bro.
From me?
That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion. Here's the clip.
But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here, so you can farm a clip. But everyone's still gonna think you're a loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you.
For the Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to Zionist project, Zionist ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this. Okay?
Oh, just explain yourself.
I'm trying, but you keep
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main
about
force.
The aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process,
which
because
was
it was a
minuscule,
mutually beneficial relationship. That anti-Semitic pogroms did
minuscule.
take
What
place.
you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the
God.
Arab countries turned on them after the war and
Yes, I
forced
get the
them to
position
go
that
to
you're
the
trying
only
to arrive
state
at, which is
that they
it's
could
a
go
necessity
to.
for Israel to exist, which is what your
What?
position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the War of 1948 and the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you
as an
deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again. I
Do
wasn't
you
listening.
deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to the Arabs, the
There
anti-Semitic
you go.
Arabs.
There you go.
What? There you go. What? That's my point. Are you
I
okay?
rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean,
No,
you
you're
can.
too delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're
It's
chirping on. That was my
unbelievable,
entire
bro.
point. Thank
It's
you.
historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to accuse him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were
Fucking
afraid.
Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying
Interesting.
Arabs.
Does he not-
There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism.
Arabs,
They had
right?
nothing to do. Do you think
Yeah.
the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you mad?
Ethan, remember
you
a while back
deny.
I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
There's
anti-Semitism?
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit
and
it,
you're
my friend.
participating in it right now without even recognizing that
It's
you're doing so.
historical. I mean, I'm just telling
it's
you
just
literally what happened.
historical racism. All Arabs are not
They were
responsible.
racist. Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the
No, dude, you don't
1948
understand.
war,
That's not even
the
the point
rise
of
of Arab
contention here.
nationalism
You're having a hard time
created a
comprehending
lot
what I'm
of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure
How do you know that?
racism.
How do you know that?
You
How
are
do you know that it's
shifting
not
the
real?
blame over to the entirety
absolutely
of Arabs.
was
at a
the
time
blame of
when
the
every
Arabs.
single one of these Arab countries with
Absolutely.
their
Who
own
else
version
kicked
of
them out?
pan-Arabic nationalism.
They
Half of
kicked
them
them
were
out.
already still controlled, by the way, by European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally
designing
just
the
in
Moroccan
Tunisia,
expulsion
okay?
program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again,
It's like-
you're still not disproving me. What
It's
did I
like-
say
it's like
that is
pointing
this
to
is
it's like pointing
hilariously
to like
racist and wrong?
anti-German racism.
Don't make an
happening.
analogy.
It's
Tell me
like
why I'm
pointing to
wrong.
Anti-German racism.
I don't need an
happening
analogy. I
during-
need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to
No.
anti-German racism happening
me-
during the
Tell
fucking
me
German conquest.
a fact. Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because
It's
of
not what you're
anti-Semitism in the Arab
saying.
states.
It's
Oh,
not
really?
what you're
It's not.
saying.
So I didn't
that
say
take
anything
issue
wrong.
With. It's the
I didn't say anything wrong.
comparison. It's
I
the
didn't say anything wrong, but I'm
comparison.
racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any
There definitely
anti-Jewish sentiment that also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
Did they
regardless of whether or not they left for
Zionism
anti-Semitism
or
or Zionist
anti-Semitism?
purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering.
It
Did
is
they
not
leave because of
comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them. And then, by the way, they're both.
You made that
they're
comparison
both
to
unique.
say, like, to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
No, because
that
people
Jews
like
had to
you
withstand
ignore the
in
trauma of
different
the fact that
countries.
you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced
Wait,
to
they
go
could,
to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian
Iraqi
Jews can go back
Jews,
to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane.
What do
you
you
are out of your mind.
They absolutely
okay, how?
can.
Tell me how.
They
How
absolutely
do the
can.
Jews
They
go
don't
back
want
to their?
And I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America.
No,
they
want
Iraq.
to.
But yes,
why
they
would
could.
how?
What do you mean?
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed at this.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout. At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews, and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries. I have issues with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the
You
Nakba.
brought that
I'm
up
talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
You brought that up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is
that
two people were traumatized.
I think that comparison's disgusting.
There was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge both groups. You acknowledge one. What?
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How? How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries to.
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself.
Yes.
These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, no, we don't want this country here. And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you
failed
denied.
to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return
how many
if
Jews
they
live in
wanted
Iraq?
to, but you don't
How
want
many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many
I think
Jewish
it's 0
people?
right now, but they can. The
How
point
many
is they
Jews
can.
live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? Why do you think Iraqi
Virtually
Jews
none.
Why
Where'd
would
they
Iraqi
go?
Jews not
If it
wanna
was so
go?
great
Iraqi
for them.
Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews, virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe
none
because
of them.
Because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as a direct destabilizer in the fucking region with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
Viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility that people felt towards Jewish people.
You don't want to blame
But
the Arabs.
This in and of itself is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you do that.
That's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate. That's
and
my
so
point.
why are you blaming the Zionists and not the Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma?
Arabs.
Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced? Including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Schleim.
Quick question.
Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just make your point. I'm not playing this.
Come on,
silly
who
game.
did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq
I asked
because
you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would
Which
I answer
nation?
such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate.
Wait, what is
if
happening, dude? When you already okay, here, whatever. You said already.
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I would say.
It wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that. You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm
whatever.
eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually.
I'm fabulous,
put every
bitch.
single country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Was there concentration
but
camps
you say
in the UK?
all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East. None. Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma.
Oh
You
my
are
God.
blaming his family's trauma on Zionists.
Will you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to agree with me. I read it from his book.
If you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right. Perfect. Okay.
So I listen.
No, you should. You should talk to him.
I'll debate all these people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation
I said
with me.
anytime you want,
watching
dipshit.
YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of
You
watching
watch 11 hate
YouTube
videos on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
Videos, dumbass! Your community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who was doing it.
Just remember, when criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking
when
on
criticism
at least 7
comes
of the
to
points.
you,
Maybe we should
you
go
hide
through the
from it.
context puke one more time so we can continue.
If you want to watch
this
it,
conversation later.
Okay. If you want, listen.
I'll hold
If
your
you want
hand
to
through all
watch
the
it,
other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying because you.
No, it is definitely because you're
watch it.
afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Empanada, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's unproductive to literally
watch criticism of me, you coward.
Yeah, because
what are you saying?
Fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed. Without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about
you will not point
because
out.
you went on a deplatforming campaign of
Why did you not watch
pro-Palestinian
Bad
voices
Empanada's
that
video
dare
about you? You watched all of it.
You did 110
Bro, why?
Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st,
you're
2025.
You're changing the.
It was so
24
unhinged
hours.
that you
Bro,
didn't even
it's-
recognize who you have
You need
become.
to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content,
Ethan,
bro.
You
24
literally
hours
have
in the
posted
last 2
just
months.
on your own personal Instagram
We've talked about
stories
each other equally
since
as much, bro.
January 31st,
This whole
2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it. You don't
even
even
if
believe
that's-
your own mania.
Hassan,
Please,
Hassan,
for the
20
love of God.
Hassan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days.
Yes,
Does that
after
sound
after
reasonable?
you presented yourself as a significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think
That's
it makes an
why.
Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally, your own.
Why didn't you watch a bad empanada video about
yourself? Your own
yourself?
producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me.
What?
And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were going, Ethan, we get it. He sucks.
My
Please
fans are
stop talking
fine,
about
bro.
it."
Don't worry
And
about my fans.
The entire time you frame this as though it's petty drama.
It's
as
not
though
petty drama. You are deeply
even though it is
anti-Semitic,
a
hateful,
real thing that took
propagandist liar.
place. And it only took you now to openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also you don't want anyone to
I've
resist
said that
against
consistently for years, liar.
it. Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is an untenable position.
Oh, you
It
mean
makes
kidnapping
no
civilians?
sense.
You're so pathetic, bro.
And you
Please.
constantly keep smearing me as an anti-Semite at a time
you're
when the
proving that
Trump
today.
administration, at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people. How
Yeah,
do you
that's
not
bad
understand
happening.
that-
Don't call me out.
How do you
That's
not
just bad happening. Don't
understand?
call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand?
Why didn't you watch the bad empanada
that
video?
You are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil. You're
Just
playing
remember,
a formative
everybody
role
watching.
when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gazans.
By the way,
You
I
are not-
advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh,
No, seriously.
oh,
What'd you
Ethan,
do?
congratulations. Congratulations
Kamala
for
and Trump
advocating for
would have been
Kamala.
equally
I won't
bad?
change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's
What
not
did
Joe
I do?
Biden, it's
well,
Kamala
not only did I
Harris.
go to the DNC, but I actually
not-
offered some pretty valuable criticism to the Democratic
got
Party that they
kicked
didn't
out, by the
listen
way.
to, unfortunately.
Didn't they
And
kick you
because
out
they
of the
didn't listen to
DNC?
that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
Who did
Why
you-
the fuck
I don't know.
do you
Who'd
keep
you-
saying I voted for Jill Stein? I have
Who did you vote for?
countless hours shitting on Jill Stein. I've told people
said I
not
think
to
you
vote for
did.
Trump. I've said that
I
Donald
said-
Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter
Yeah, you
over
didn't
and
endorse
over and
her.
over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you, you kept
And you
lying
didn't
to
say
your
who
audience,
for.
and you kept lying to your audience, and you
I
kept
said I
making it
think.
seem as though I didn't even vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment
Who'd
where
you
I
vote
said,
for?
do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's
you
people
don't
in your
have a
audience that
problem.
would.
You don't have a problem with that.
Why didn't you
the
endorse
fuck
her
do you
then?
keep saying I voted for Jill Stein, huh?
I said I think because you didn't
Oh, you
say who you voted
think.
for.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh,
it's
you
an opinion.
think. Oh, you don't give a dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris,
Why didn't-
and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
But you
and I
voted
did
for
not
her.
endorse Joe Biden.
And now
because
Trump's
you wanna know
president.
why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's
Because it's
building the
fucking
Riviera
embarrassing
in Gaza
that
Strip,
they
and guess
did-
what? You love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there.
Yeah,
because you won't
As opposed
acknowledge
to
the
you.
trauma of both
As
sides.
As
Two
opposed to
things
you,
must
Ethan.
always
How
be
much
true,
content have you
Hasan.
made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the f are you talking about? And then you have to
God,
apologize
again, bro.
because you're an
The thing is
embarrassing
you can't-
figure.
you
Okay?
can't
Listen to
fathom.
me. Listen to me.
You
It
can't
is
fathom that
embarrassing that
somebody
you have
says
tried to make a
something wrong
foray
and
into
come back
politics,
and corrects
and
it.
all of the producers or all the people that are giving you talking points is not going to make
I
you
didn't
come
defend the
across as
tariffs.
smart in this process. Please,
Hassan,
for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's
Okay?
my allegiance? Who's my allegiance?
What do you
to?
mean? You have Trump supporters that you're friends with, like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly addressing some of the shit that he's
Did you watch my
saying,
interview
like the
with him,
Nelk
you
boys and
fucking
whatnot.
dipshit? That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You
Yeah.
are
You're going
insanely
out,
incompetent.
you're playing poker with people who voted for Donald Trump.
just
You're
on
defending
Nelk's-
Asmongold
you were just on
and
Steiny's
saying
podcast,
Asmongold
you
is not
hypocrite.
actually Trump coded. Okay?
spent
You're doing
hours
all this
shitting on
because they
Steiny.
don't.
You're just a
Asmongold
liar.
has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say
You
that?
will take help from anyone and everyone,
And it-
no
and this-
matter what
and
their
it was all
background
written by
is.
destiny,
You
right?
claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is
Rape
because
Review?
you don't give a
are you
all you
talking
care about is
about?
petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs. And it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way. But you don't want to do that. It's become a personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanada's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a about. Because
he was criticizing you.
And I don't
you're
care
such
about
a coward, Hasan. It's unbelievable. All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about.
And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay? Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
40-year-old man
but
who
like
needs a button when he has like a little oops moment is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and try to
that's what you wanted. That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
I wanted that conversation.
Why did you lower his status?
I be convinced. I didn't realize you were this drama obsessed. You thought
drama obsessed. We had an argument about South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
Dude, listen. Enjoy.
What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it. You ignore it. It's so important.
It's actually peaceful because you're gonna clip chimp the shit that Loner Box told you, and then you're
why
gonna
was
say
it what?
The violent things that. The violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hasan, how many civilians died in the 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think, or
less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the number is
you call it apartheid all the time.
And the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first Intifada was fought with stones, little children throwing rocks, and the second Intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying. The second Intifada, as a matter of fact, was fought with bombs.
Historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto.
Keep going.
We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion. I feel like given the...
Did they?
Yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice was presented with the option of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said, Nelson Mandela, if you disavow violence...
On principle. He said, I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide.
That was the first time.
He said
in both circumstances,
both times. He refused on principle.
In both circumstances,
100 people died during the 20-year period. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do that?
Hamas killed 1,000 civilians on one day.
1,000 civilians. The
Yeah.
poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases. The civilians.
There was like, bro, you're so dumb.
What do you mean I'm so dumb? These numbers
Okay,
matter.
how many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable,
Oh my
mind you,
God,
and
I'm
400
off
being
by 100.
military members.
I was off by 100. Oh my God, dude. I can't believe the historical
Well, you
inaccuracies.
just made a
You're an
big.
idiot.
You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think
I
it's
was
important to
virtually correct.
recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in prison was because he refused to disavow
Principle.
violence, because he understood that as long as peaceful
Sabotage is
revolution
violence.
is
I didn't say he's a
impossible,
pacifist.
that
I never said
violent
he's a
revolution
pacifist.
is inevitable. And violent
and I never said
revolution
he's a
they did
pacifist.
do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it
Was
is
Nelson Mandela a
incomprehensible to compare
Zionist?
that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was
What Israel has
Nelson
done to the
Mandela
Palestinians is
a
far worse.
Zionist?
And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse. And
Well,
that
let's
is
ask
not my
someone that lived
assessment,
through
by the way.
apartheid.
That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was able to fucking
You think
see.
Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's
Why
not
would he
your
say that?
life.
Because it's true, Ethan. That's
Okay.
why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist? In that
More
same
than
speech
that.
that you're
He
going to
said more
fucking
than
clip,
that.
champ.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher.
Who?
That's what you said about
Wait,
Nelson
wait,
Mandela.
what are you
No,
talking
what?
about?
Yeah, you-
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're
Has
jumping off like
ever
a million
doubted
different points.
The
What?
right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way
Within-
that it currently
with-
does.
within
Ethan,
secure borders.
Hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation
No,
and Israeli
no,
borders
no.
are
Ethan,
two sides of the
Ethan,
same coin.
He didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged.
What did he say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the clip chimp that you posted, Ethan?
Irrelevant. You saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context because it doesn't
No, I
suit
did-
your
Zionist,
purpose.
What do you mean? He's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
You think it's
He's
irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he
Sabotage-
actually
oh,
believes in
God.
violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence
No, I
whatsoever.
literally
There
didn't.
are numerous instances on stream.
inevitability. A philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane. Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a
What do you mean who gives a You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you're talking about Hezbollah and Hamas.
I mean, I gave you specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was a Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained militancy,
Violent resistance? You mean
ready
sabotage.
for rebellion, by the way.
Sabotage.
Who do
Sabotaging
you think that was a
government
warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to Israel?
fact that
Because
you are
that
so
same Nelson
willing-
Mandela has time and time again also
All right, we got
repeated
it.
that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think
I
it
want
suits your
Palestine to be
fucking
free, my
argument
friend.
is so stupid.
Well,
and
no,
the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free, but you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic.
Why are they
Unlike
making
me,
it worse, Ethan?
I'm willing
Why
to
are they making it
criticize the
worse?
Israeli
Why are they
government.
making
I'm
it
willing to
worse?
come to terms with the cruel reality.
No, walk
Hamas.
Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to draw out.
And what part about that was
concessions-
slaughtering
How
families in their
concessions-
homes?
Ethan, I don't agree.
Their goal
with
was to
the
kill
tactics.
civilians.
You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again after.
I'm just saying,
17
Hamas
years
is a bunch of
genocide.
All right.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make. day.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chimp, by the way, if you want to hear his actual full-fleshed opinions.
I can. I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually? Why did you say that he was
point
actually
I was making-
a peaceful resistance type of guy?
When did I say that? When the did I say that, you liar?
You said it on numerous occasions, as opposed to you
Lie.
said that on numerous occasions before
I
someone
said
told
he
you.
used
No, actually,
violent.
here's a better way to massage that
You
narrative.
are a liar. I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill
Ethan,
civilians. That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not gonna. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're
you
gonna
said he
do
was a
great.
pacifist.
You're gonna do great.
Ethan,
yeah,
you
go ahead and
literally
grab
said he was a
those.
pacifist to Sam
I
Cedar.
never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan, you said it
That
to
is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You
Ethan,
have no
you've
problem
said on
discrediting
numerous
the
occasions
suffering
that
of
Nelson
Jewish
Mandela
refugees.
is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove
And
it.
the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999.
When did I call him a
that I was referring to.
pacifist?
Choose
That's
peace rather
insane.
than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians.
Do you think Nelson
His
Mandela
approach
would fuck
is
with the
vastly
Houthis?
different than what Hamas
Do you
is
think
doing.
Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do
like
I think Nelson
sabotage.
Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No,
Yes,
of course
he would.
not.
100% he would.
All right. Well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100% he
mouth,
would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly.
he
was in prison, but-
didn't with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification
you're right.
impossible.
Israel's doing
That's
a
a
genocide because
historical
Palestinians are not
fact.
resisting in the
Less than
appropriate
100
ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But also,
I am so 800. You're right. You know
I mean,
what? That's
seemingly-
better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one who's
That's
bringing up
better.
numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Well, then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan, because
why
Israel has killed
All
every
right.
Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said
I'm
that?
not. Let me guess. You, I don't, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this.
Oh, you don't wanna do
You can
this.
tell me or
Okay.
you cannot. You want to, I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play
Israel
rhetorical
was
games.
aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What's that have to do with anything? When did I
Well, they're
defend that?
both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right,
you
listen,
know.
it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
I'm not
You wanna-
targeting
you
the
wanna drum
crew.
up
These are
harassment?
my
targeting anything.
coworkers.
It's fine.
I have
It's
a
fine.
tremendous amount of respect for the crew. They are what
Hey,
makes
Bad
this show
Empanada
great.
called AB a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house
he's
slave.
wrong. What the do you want? I've never
Okay,
said
well,
that.
you
Why
watch
are
his
bringing
videos
up
a
Bad
lot.
Empanada? Do you think I
Why
agree
do
with
you
everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan, I've endorsed
All right, we
these
gotta go.
YouTube
You
video
promote him all the
essays
time.
that
That's a
I
fact.
agree with that I think are very well thought out. I don't endorse
All right,
his
listen, stop being a
techniques or
coward and
methods
watch
or
some
opinions
fair
overall.
criticism. Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will
Yeah.
prove
No, well,
that you
this
are
was
not
pretty good.
afraid.
This was pretty productive, having this conversation, having this back and forth, don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism that you.
Maybe I will watch the context puke.
Yes, please, and then we
maybe
can
I will
talk
watch
about it
Context
if you want.
Puke live, as a matter of fact.
Yes,
not in a
please
cowardly
do.
way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow
It's not
less is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude.
It is because-
What's cowardly
no.
is you constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on subreddits to be like, this is my argument.
Please
I'm
just
destroying
watch it
you.
and watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it
Don't
was. I
worry.
love that.
Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is, I hope.
I don't know if you know
creative
this,
ed.
but the last year they lost $250,000.
I
To
know,
be
man.
to be
I
charitable,
know,
you
I
actually have to
know,
give
I
money
know.
to
You
charity,
fucking
Hasan.
hate everybody that has even lightly criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you
your crash
surprised
out.
that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's
That a
fantastic.
charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, that's so gross, man. Okay.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan, if you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll
Context
do
puke,
that.
and then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that. The fundraiser for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. Donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know
Bye,
you guys.
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
Hasan's was higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got
I
to
mean,
do
I had
something.
120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
We got up to about 100K. So
Well, we're gonna have to do some. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here. And that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that this...
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after pro
And you should try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can
Ethan,
shake
I don't think
hands.
you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You
I
should
will
watch
be
back the
honest on
first
that
part of this
front.
interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a
Yes,
At the end
I'm
of the
sure.
day,
I'm sure that
it's
I'm
not a
su-
swastika. It's
I'm
just the
sure-
swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it. All right. Have a good night, Hasan.
All right, you too.
I gotta go.
You
All right,
too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friend.
God damn, what a exercise in futility. I did lose my shit a little bit towards the end. But hey, at least we got Ethan to openly admit that he thinks his wife is a terrorist. I don't know how that's going to work. This was the biggest pickup and shake of all time. Go pee, bro. You've held it in this whole time. Oh my God, I forgot I needed to pee before I started the conversation. Isn't that crazy? Hasan Reactions is one of the best ones in the React channel.